Chapter 103. After Furamaki Sotaro finished his explanation, the staff had already finished setting up the ring. At this time, the originally not-so-spacious ring was placed with benches, bicycles, KFC signboards, flower pots, railings, and other common street things. How to describe the feeling these small props gave people? It was a little subtle. Do you think these small props like benches are weapons? They definitely can't be considered weapons. Otherwise, if I carry a bench on the street, won't the police arrest me for carrying a weapon? But although benches and other small props are not weapons, they are still useful. However, whether or not they would be useful in a fight would depend on how the contestants use them. After the ring was set up for the last match, the opponent of the third prop battle slowly walked out of the contestant tunnel. Dong, dong, dong. Just as the huge figure walked out of the contestant tunnel step by step, the surrounding audience couldn't help but shout. Wait! It's actually him. Wasn't this guy suspended for violating the rules and killing his opponent half a year ago? Probably the suspension time is up, otherwise he would have been a B-class fighter. This monster is not a C-class fighter. This is troublesome. I actually met this murderer in the prop battle. He is an expert in using props to execute people. Amidst the exclamations of the audience, the villain Mike, who came from across the sea and was wanted for committing multiple murders, walked into the ring while drooling. He was known as the Dirty Executioner. His 2-meter-tall fat body was wearing large overalls, exposing his fat and hairy upper body to the air. With such a figure, coupled with a smile brimming with happiness and a ferocious glint in his eyes, it made people feel as if they were looking at a wild boar in clothes. Hee hee, young people are good, I like to play with young people the most, I'll play for a long time before I die. Pfft. When Michael the villain saw Ryuto standing in the ring and looking at him coldly, he laughed like he had met his favorite toy. The old man below the stage couldn't help but frown and say, "Oh no, I actually met Michael the villain at this time." Michael the villain. This guy doesn't look like a good person at first glance, he gives off a disgusting feeling. It's not just disgusting, he was a felon in America before. After he was smuggled here and started to fight underground, he publicly tortured and killed his opponents. He's a scumbag who enjoys torturing and killing others. Although Furamaki Sotaro had not seen the Dirty Executioner's previous matches, he had heard a little about what he had done. In that game, which was also a prop battle, the villain Mike forcibly stuffed a railing into his opponent's anus, nailed his hands to the bicycle, and rode around the field. The tragedy of a match, but actually a punishment, lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the entire ring was covered in blood and even the host couldn't stand it anymore and finally announced the end of the match, Michael the villain directly tore his opponent's throat. Therefore, there was no doubt that Michael the villain was a homicidal maniac, a lunatic who should be caught and hanged. However, this lunatic was now locked in the same cage as Ryuto, surrounded by a variety of execution props. Phew. It seemed that the third match wouldn't end so easily. As the iron cage that had just been lifted slowly fell, the surrounding escape routes were completely sealed. Ryuto looked at the execution props scattered around and couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that Ryuto seemed a little unhappy, the smile on Michael the villain's face became even more joyful. This brat actually made it to the third match, which means that he's quite capable. It's better to play it safe. Thinking of this, Michael the villain discreetly extended his right hand to his butt, and even reached into his pants to buckle a few times. On the surface, this glossy and sloppy murderer was normally buckling his butt, but in reality, when he extended his hand, there was a small skinning knife in his palm. The skinning knife was covered with a rubber hose and rope, so it went without saying where this thing came from. After secretly holding the sharp blade in the palm of his right hand, Michael the villain extended his left hand and pretended to be friendly. Before the fight, how about we shake hands to show our friendliness? If you have the guts. Seeing Michael the villain's action, some of the audience who had seen him fight before couldn't help but say, "Here he goes again, this bastard is playing this trick again." Trick? What trick is he playing? He likes to provoke others to shake hands with him. After his left hand grasps the person, he immediately stabs the small props in his right hand. This trick has killed several newbies before. The audience's words faintly floated into Yunyan's ears, and when she noticed it, she immediately shouted, "Wait! Ryudo classmate, don't. Shoot, you can't give a hint to the players on the field, or you'll be asked to leave by the guards." But before Yunyan finished shouting, Sotaro quickly made a shushing gesture to her. At this time, the two guards who were about to walk over also tactfully returned to their original position. But even so, Yunyan still whispered to Sotaro, "If this is the case, Ryudo will suffer a big loss. That villain is obviously up to no good. Don't worry, he's not stupid. How can he be stupid enough to shake hands with others? Shake hands, right? Sure, I like shaking hands the most." But before Sotaro finished his words, Ryudo directly said to Michael the villain with a smile, as if he was slapping him in the face, "What the hell?" The moment they heard Ryudo's death-seeking declaration, Sotaro was stunned, Yunyan was also stunned, and everyone in the audience was stunned. No way. Does this guy really not see that Michael the villain is up to no good by shaking hands with him? Or does he really believe that he won't be tricked? He took the bait. As if he was afraid that this fool would go back on his word, Michael the villain quickly extended his left hand in front of Ryudo, and at the same time, he smiled and said, "Then hurry up, let's shake hands and then we can start." Ha! Zap! Before Michael the villain finished speaking, a rusty nail head appeared in the palm of his left hand. This nail looked at least 5 centimeters long, and the head was blunt. It was full of rust and the smell of oil. It seemed to be a gadget removed from the bicycle behind Ryudo. At the moment when Michael the villain stretched out his left hand, Ryudo, who had hidden the nail in his hand, directly made his move. He ruthlessly inserted the nail into the back of Michael the villain's hand. It was hard to imagine that such a blunt nail could penetrate the fan-sized arms so smoothly, and it penetrated the back of the hand and came out of the palm. This extremely ruthless scene suddenly stunned Michael the villain and all the audience. Chapter 104. Michael the villain was actually ruthless enough. He actually planned to grab the other person's hand with one hand, and then take the opportunity to sneak attack with the sharp weapon in the other hand. But who would have thought that Ryudo seemed to be even more ruthless than this guy, and he did it even more ruthlessly. He didn't even need to shake hands, and directly served with nails. Oh! Ah! The moment he reacted, Michael the villain held his left hand that was in severe pain and screamed. At the same time, dirty blood scattered around. Creak! Bang! At the same time, Ryudo didn't hesitate to pick up the stool on the side, and swung it toward the head of this big scum, making a dull sound. This hit directly smashed the stool into pieces, and it also exploded a bloody flower on Michael the villain's head. "Oh, your head is quite hard, and it's probably quite empty inside, right?" After smashing Michael the villain a few steps back and leaned on the edge of the iron cage to gasp for breath, Ryudo picked up a bicycle from the side. At least 12 pounds of bicycle was carried in his hand, and then he even quickly swung it. It was hard to imagine that someone could use a bicycle as a weapon, and when he swung it, it felt like nunchaku. Swinging up and down, left and right, for a time, the huge body of the bicycle flew in front of Michael the villain's eyes, and he was dumbfounded. Of course, in addition to the villain Mike, the surrounding audience was also dumbfounded by what they saw. Suddenly, an audience couldn't help but say, "What? What is this guy doing? He can't be a professional acrobat, right?" That's right, it was really like acrobatics. From the previous blunt nail piercing through his hand, it could be seen that Ryuto's proficiency in using these small props was not inferior to a professional acrobat. But I'm afraid no one would have thought that the reason why Ryuto could use the prop so smoothly was mainly because of the binding skill. The rogue doesn't die by bare hands. Smooth as silk. At this moment, no matter what tool it was, Ryuto was able to use it as smoothly as his own fingers. Even a large item like the bicycle was no exception. Stinking brat. Come on. Of course, Michael the villain would not just stand there and take the beating. He pulled out the skinning knife hidden in his right hand and charged towards Ryuto. This charge seemed reckless, but in fact, it was a little clever. After all, this big guy was standing sideways with his shoulder in front of him. Even if Ryuto smashed the bicycle over, it wouldn't hit any vital parts. However, if he could get close enough, he would definitely be able to take Ryuto's life with a single slash. Bang! In the next second, the bicycle smashed into Michael the villain's body, but it didn't cause much of a commotion. After all, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. As long as it wasn't a vital part, being hit by something as light as the bicycle wouldn't hurt him at all. But at the same time, Ryuto let go of the large item in his hand and shot out from the side. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Michael the villain's body. Seeing that the opponent was right in front of him, Michael the villain didn't hesitate to stab with his knife. But it was right in front of Ryuto's eyes. Profound skill, tiger fall. The right fist that was filled with power heavily smashed into Michael the villain's abdomen. It directly caused his right hand that was wielding the knife to stiffen in midair. Although it was only for a short period of time, it was enough. In an instant, Ryuto jumped up. His right hand was like a blade piercing towards Michael the villain's heart. It wasn't difficult to injure this big guy, but it was extremely difficult to make him lose his ability to fight. After all, Michael the villain's body was as sturdy as a gorilla. Even if he had the rogue doesn't die by bare hands, it was quite troublesome to use the surrounding small items to kill this big guy with thick skin. Fortunately, Ryuto still had a final trump card that could be used in this situation. Equipment. The moment his right hand stabbed out, a dragon-tooth sawtooth army knife that was painted black popped out from his sleeve. He quickly grasped it and stabbed into Michael the villain's body. This dragon-tooth sawtooth army knife was an excellent item that could be used on the battlefield. Therefore, when Ryuto stabbed with all his strength, the power of this knife was enough to penetrate the thick layer of fat and muscle and directly reach the heart. This is. Therefore, in the next second, Michael the villain only felt a chill in his heart. A coldness that he had never felt before filled his body. I really want to kill him, aw. Plop. The murderer who came from the other side of the ocean fell on the stage. Until the end, his eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to take Ryuto with him. It ended just like that. It can't be, right? When Michael the villain fell on the ground and blood seeped out from his chest, even the host-cum-referee couldn't react to what happened. Something's wrong with this. Ryuto clearly used his hand to hit. Why did it look like he was stabbed by a weapon? No, it didn't look like it. He actually used a weapon secretly, right? Looking at the young man who had a normal expression on the stage and the owner of the original battle arena of the River of Sai, who was quietly watching from the special VIP seats, the flower merchant couldn't help but frown. Although he didn't know how Ryuto did it, it was impossible to cause such a penetrating injury with just a hand. This was something that the flower merchant, who was used to watching combat competitions, was 100% sure of. Interesting, he actually used a weapon openly in the ring and was able to hide it from my eyes. It seems that while this kid inherited his father's bravery, his character is also more cunning and fierce. When the flower merchant was secretly observing Ryuto, the host finally announced, "The match is over." The winner of the third match is the legendary child Ryuto Kiryu. At the same time, congratulations to him for being promoted to a B-class fighter. As the referee announced the end of the match, the audience who watched the whole process of the promotion match couldn't help but shout loudly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So powerful. He actually won 3 matches in a row. Not only that, he looks very relaxed. I'm afraid he can fight 3 more matches. It should be said that he's worthy of being Boss Yima's bloodline. He's even fiercer than him in the past. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. When the iron cage slowly rose, Ryuto took a check from the host and walked down the stage. A tide of applause and cheers came from all directions. Win, he won, he finally won. Seeing Ryuto walk towards her in this enthusiastic atmosphere, Yunyan's hanging heart finally relaxed. Perhaps it was because her nerves had been stretched taut during the intense and stimulating viewing process, but after suddenly relaxing, Yunyan realized that she was already sweating profusely and her legs were a little weak. Ryuto classmate, congratulations, oh. This kind of physical and mental state caused Yunyan to feel dizzy the moment she stood up, and she fell forward in a daze. Ryuto, who came to the side of the table, supported her and waved the 30 million check in front of Yunyan with a smile. Yunyan, thank you for your support, so please allow me to use this money to treat you to a midnight snack. How about it? Although he had just experienced 3 fierce battles in a row, Long Do's smile was still quite relaxed at this time, perfectly displaying the vitality and vigor that was unique to a young man. At the same time, this smile also entered Yunyan's heart, making her suddenly feel that this little junior seems to be quite handsome. Chapter 105. When the noisy underground fighting ended, Ryuto and Yunyan walked out of the dull underground world. They came to the street outside the Sainohara. It was the beginning of spring. The cool night wind blew on Yunyan's face, making her feel particularly comfortable. Wow! The wind at night is really cool, especially after coming out of that damn place. Looking at the familiar street environment, Yunyan felt for the first time that the things that looked so ordinary looked so beautiful at this time. The underground Sainohara and the Tokyo street on the ground. Although it was only separated by a floor, it gave people the feeling that it was 2 different worlds. There was no doubt that the Sainohara area was a different world full of non-everyday, for ordinary people. In that underground world, the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, was vividly displayed. The strong could have money, status, and beauties. The weak could only become a target or a wanderer responsible for laughing and sleeping. Due to the lack of social morality and laws in this underground world, most of the people had shed their disguises and revealed their beast-like side. The uncle who drank wine on the street and enjoyed himself with wanderers may be a sanctimonious boss during the day. The aunt who smiled strangely at the fighters in the fighting arena may be an official full of benevolence and morality during the day. The Sainohara was a demon's den, which provided them with an excellent vent for those who couldn't do whatever they wanted on the ground. The bad air mixed with the smell of money and desire made Yunyan feel so disgusted that she almost couldn't breathe. Only when she came to the ground could she finally take a few breaths. From a certain point of view, hell and heaven had always been 2 sides of the same coin. After all, as long as you saw hell with your own eyes, then all the places except hell could be called heaven. The meaning of hell was this. However, after coming to the street on the ground, Yunyan couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ryuto, who was walking beside her. She seemed to have a new understanding of this extreme young master. Now, only Yunyan and Dragonhead were walking in this silent night. Furamaki Sotaro had already found a rubbish excuse to sneak away. From Ryuto's point of view, the old man was probably planning to have a good time at the disco in the Sai River Plain. After all, there were many beautiful girls there who wouldn't be angry even if someone touched their buttocks. But now that Sotaro wasn't there to be a third wheel, Yunyan could seriously size up the male student beside her. Ryudo's expression hadn't changed much since he obtained 3 consecutive victories in the ring, the qualification to enter the B-class group, and the 30 million yuan prize money. He always had a faint smile on his face. It was as if to this man, the underground world that was filled with things that Yunyan didn't see as a daily routine. This made it hard for Yunyan to imagine how such a 16-year-old boy could be so indifferent to the ugliness of the world. What kind of life did he live before? Did he live in this kind of hell all day long? If she thought about it at a higher level, Yunyan knew the male student Ryudo Kiryu, who was studying in Dori First High School's 2nd grade Class B. Is the friend who is willing to seriously talk to me about the novel content really the person I know? Ryudo seemed to feel Yunyan's gaze that contained complex emotions, and he also looked at her with a smile. At the same time, he asked, "Why are you looking at me with this expression, as if you just know me? I thought I knew you before, but after tonight, I realized that I don't seem to know you as much as I thought." Haha, mystery is also a kind of charm. Although I'm far inferior to you in this aspect, you don't have to be mysterious to be charming, at least I think so. Why would you suddenly say something like this? Really, if I didn't know, I would think that you have some strange thoughts. Hearing Ryudo's words that seemed to be teasing at first, but after listening carefully, it was more or less ambiguous, Yunyan couldn't help but blush and turned her head. Generally speaking, when a man takes the initiative to praise the other party's charm in front of a woman, it more or less has some hidden meaning in it. But for a man like Ryudo who is a tough guy, he shouldn't make this kind of hint like an ordinary high school student, right? Yunyan thought so. However, who knew that Ryudo replied without hesitation, "Of course, I already have some strange thoughts, you didn't realize until now, right?" Ah. Suddenly, Yunyan was stunned. She was just joking with Ryudo, but who knew that she heard an answer that didn't sound like a joke at all? And this answer sounded a bit like a confession of her feelings. After being stunned for a few seconds, Yunyan asked in a slow voice, "What do you mean by strange thoughts? What do you mean?" "It's the strange thoughts that you have in your heart." "How do you know what kind of strange thoughts I have in my heart?" Then let's be more straightforward, Yunyan. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. After hearing Ryudo's sudden and undisguised confession, Yunyan's face suddenly showed a dumbfounded expression. "What's with the expression on your face? It's so strange." No, it's your way of thinking that's strange. How can you make this kind of lightning-like confession that I don't know how to ridicule? It does seem a bit strange, I don't deny this at all. In the face of Yunyan's questioning, Ryudo just nodded slightly and didn't continue. In fact, according to Yunyan's understanding of the romantic act of confession, she couldn't imagine that there would be someone in the world who could say the words, "I like you," in such a relaxed manner like, "Good morning." Shouldn't a normal male high school student's confession be to invite the girl to an empty space, then bashfully blush in front of the girl, and struggle for a long time before saying, I like you, this sentence? But Ryudo was different. In his world, "I like you" was as light as, "Let's eat something," as if he didn't have to bear any psychological pressure to say it, very forthright. After this, the two walked silently on the street, like a young couple out for a walk at night. However, even though Long Do's face had a calm expression, he still had a calm expression. But Yunyan, who was walking next to him and suddenly received a confession, felt more and more uncomfortable, and her walking posture had subtle changes. Because in just a few minutes, the heart of Miss Suki was really in a mess. Chapter 106. What should I do? Ryudo, classmate, actually confessed to me, then I should also respond to him. In fact, before this, Yun Yan had rejected hundreds of confessions and had sent out countless good person cards. In this regard, she could be said to be a good person card expert. If it was a normal male student who confessed to her, as long as she casually said a few words, "You are a good person, let's be friends," she would be able to get away with it. But facing Ryudo, Yun Yan didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, as long as she said those words as usual, with Ryudo's bold personality, he would definitely not continue to pester her. But for some reason, Yun Yan felt that the sentence of 100% proficiency could not be said. Every time she wanted to open her mouth, the smiling face that had warmed Yun Yan not long ago would quickly rush into her mind. In the arena filled with the smell of dirty money and the pungent smell of blood. When Yun Yan was about to collapse due to lack of energy, Ryudo, who had finished the match, walked over and held her shoulder. At the same time, he showed her a very handsome smile. At that moment it was as if the surrounding noise had all disappeared. The whole world only had Yun Yan and Ryudo. Facing this kind of Ryudo, Yun Yan really couldn't say the words, "You are a good person, let's be friends." Just when Yun Yan was feeling incomparably tangled in her heart, Ryudo suddenly stopped and said to her, "Yun Yan, it's here, let's go in." "Here?" "Ah, right, this time we are going out to eat supper." After being reminded by Ryudo, Yun Yan realized that the two of them weren't simply walking on the street. In fact, they wanted to find a place to eat supper and relax. In fact, Yun Yan had never enjoyed supper, which was a night activity that the people loved to see and hear. After all, as the eldest daughter of the Suki family, Yun Yan naturally couldn't run around in the middle of the night. At most, she would eat some exquisite snacks at home. Therefore, Yun Yan was still very interested in the supper Ryudo prepared to treat her. This was not an ordinary experience. But when she raised her head to look at the shop in front of her, she was shocked by the situation of the shop. At least from Yun Yan's point of view, this small restaurant called Dragon Family Cuisine was almost nothing worth praising. The main entrance was so small that it could only fit two people side by side. Although the curtains hanging on the door were clean, they were already very old. And the wall hung with very outdated posters and signs. If it was only at 12:00 in the middle of the night, in any case, she wouldn't walk in the middle of the night. Ryudo-san, this shop, on the surface, it looks very shabby, but I can guarantee that this is the best supper stall in Tokyo. Before Yun Yan could recover from her shock, Long Do smiled and half pushed, half pulled her into the rundown shop. After entering the shop, what appeared in front of Yun Yan was a neatly arranged long table, and a large wall of menus hung on the wall. There were dan noodles, handmade dumplings, handmade soup dumplings, boiled fish, boiled meat, sliced beef, spicy chicken, mapo tofu. There were so many dishes on the wall that it almost couldn't fit. Although the front was a bit shabby, the decoration and management of the shop seemed to have put in a lot of effort. Not only was it clean and tidy, but it also made people feel a sense of familial warmth. This made Yun Yan feel relieved after coming in. But at the next moment, the boss who walked out of the kitchen still startled Yun Yan again. When Ryudo shouted inside, the small door of the shop was pushed open. A middle-aged man with an obvious scar on his eye, wearing a blood-stained chef's uniform, and a fierce look in his eyes walked over with a boning knife. In the middle of the night, seeing this kind of appearance was indeed a little scary, and Yun Yan also quickly reached out and grabbed the corner of Ryudo's clothes. But Ryudo didn't care and said to the boss, "I want cold bean sprouts, spicy shrimp, kung pao chicken, and shredded pork with garlic sauce, and 2 bowls of dan noodles." "Yun Yan, do you want medium or strong spicy?" Ryudo turned his head and asked Yun Yan the last sentence. Although it sounded strange, after all, whether it was medium or strong spicy, it didn't seem like something Yun Yan would order. But in fact, Yun Yan was a fan of spicy food. Until now, only the chef in Yun Yan's house knew about Miss Yun's taste. Usually, he would try his best to make some spicy sauce for her during meals. So Yun Yan asked doubtfully, "Wait, how do you know I can eat spicy?" "About this. Actually, you occasionally have a chilly smell on your body." "Hey! Really?" Yun Yan heard this and quickly sniffed her arm, but of course, there was no chilly smell. After the two of them teased each other, Yun Yan still chose the strong spicy taste, which made Ryuto feel ashamed. "Are you sure you want the strong spicy? Don't be fooled by the boss's appearance. He went to a food country to learn for 7 or 8 years and came back as a professional chef. He is very heavy-handed. It's okay, I can take it no matter how spicy it is. I won't lose to anyone in this aspect." Under Yun Yan's confident nod, the boss served tonight's supper in order in a short while. After quickly blanching, the cold bean sprout was added with leeks, chives, garlic, chili, aged vinegar, and pepper sesame oil. It was crispy and refreshing, and it was very refreshing when chewed in the mouth. The shelled prawns were fried until golden yellow, and with parsley, pepper, dried red pepper, and other supplementary ingredients, the fried, spicy prawns had a strong spicy taste, and the meat was firm and crisp. The color was gorgeous, and it made people drool. The kung pao chicken, cooked with chicken as the main ingredient, peanuts, chili, and other supplementary ingredients, was fresh and spicy. The freshness of the chicken and the crispness of the fried peanuts were a perfect match. The shredded fish-flavored pork, stir-fried with shredded radish, wood ear, shredded meat, and pickled pepper were finely selected. The finished dish was rosy in color, rich in fish flavor, and had a salty, sweet, sour, and spicy taste. With such a table of dishes in front of her, Yun Yan, who didn't have the habit of eating supper, couldn't help but raise her chopsticks and eat heartily. Every dish is so delicious. It's a taste that I haven't eaten before. That's for sure. Although the boss doesn't look good, his culinary skills are quite good. I can skip the words "don't look good." Next time, just introduce my culinary skills. In the boss's helpless wry smile, 2 bowls of bright red dan dan noodles were served on the table. At the same time, a cup of draft beer and a cup of sour plum juice were served. The dan dan noodles were also very delicious. Although it was spicy and oily, it was very satisfying to eat. However, while eating the noodles, Yun Yan's gaze fell on the cup of draft beer in Ryuto's hand. Chapter 107. That. "Ryuto, what's that in your hand?" "Draft beer, do you want to drink it too? It's quite refreshing, especially after a fight." "No, I mean, you're only 16 years old now, why can you drink beer?" "So you mean I should drink white?" "Wait, what kind of weird brain circuit is this?" "I also want to ask you what kind of weird brain circuit you have. You actually told a young master who just killed someone in the underground arena that underage people can't drink. You actually think I care about this?" Ryuto couldn't help but laugh, then he picked up the draft beer in his hand and took a big gulp. "This seems to be the case." Hearing this, Yun Yan suddenly sighed, and then asked as if she finally reacted, "The big guy you killed in the end, is he really dead?" In fact, not long ago after the 3rd match, Yun Yan wanted to ask, but she didn't ask. From any point of view, the big bad guy named Michael the villain should be dead. But other than Yun Yan, no one in the underground arena seemed to be surprised by this matter. They seemed to be quite used to it. When he heard this question, Ryuto casually said while eating spicy shrimp, "Well, of course that guy is dead, I killed him." "Then you just killed someone, don't you think it's dirty?" Executioner Michael the villain, a murderer on the run in American, has at least a dozen lives in his hands. Do you think such a person doesn't deserve to die? Of course he deserves to die, but wouldn't it be better to leave it to the law? Actually, first of all, have you ever thought about why the underground area of Fortress River Plain can continue to operate? Nothing in it is legal. Well, there should be some high officials. Ah, I understand now. After hearing Ryudo's hint, Yunyan couldn't help but frown, as if she saw some deeper dirty transactions. Although the underground area of the Sai River Plain was hidden, it was not completely untraceable. Especially with so many people coming and going in that area every day, as long as the government or the police wanted to investigate, there was no reason why they couldn't. However, this underground world had existed for so many years, which meant that there must be some high-ranking officials watching over it. The Sai River Plain was both an underground den of demons and an underground den of gold. The daily flow of money inside was at least in the hundreds of millions. Other than going to the flower merchants, a portion of the money should have been given to the protective umbrella in exchange for the protection of this place. Therefore, even if it was Michael the villain who had fled from abroad, as long as he entered the battle arena, it was equivalent to receiving the protection of those high officials and nobles. Under such circumstances, even the worst murderer would not be punished by the law. This was the reality of the underground world. If I don't kill Michael the villain, he might kill another 10, 20, or even 30 people. Do you think I should do that now? Of course, of course. After understanding the root of everything, Yunyan took a deep breath and loudly said to the boss in the kitchen, "Sorry, boss, give me a cup of draft beer." Didn't you just say that I shouldn't drink? Why? Don't tell me you were scared by what we just talked about. I'm a literary author, I won't be so timid. If I don't even dare to look directly at the darkness, how can I write the truth of this world? Well said, come. Cheers for your heroism. Let's do it. Who's afraid of who? After hearing Ryudo's praise, Yunyan grabbed the full cup of draft beer that the boss had just sent over and gulped it down. Compared to the cooked beer that had been sterilized at high temperatures, the draft beer had a more refreshing taste. Furthermore, the alcohol content of this draft beer wasn't high, which made it more suitable for Yunyan, a little girl who hadn't drunk alcohol before. Phew! Refreshing. Because she had just eaten a lot of hot food, her body was a little hot, and she had also sweated a lot. This big mouthful of refreshing draft beer immediately made Yunyan feel refreshed. I've decided, next time when I write a Valentine's Day scene, I'll arrange for the female lead to give the male lead a big can of draft beer, and the two of them can drink it. No matter how much you like to drink this stuff, it's too much to give it on Valentine's Day. Really? Then how about changing it to Dan Dan noodles? This is also very delicious. You're really a genius. Can't you give chocolate normally? But everyone gives chocolate. If I write like this, there's no novelty. I like to write things that can make people feel novel. In the midst of the two's teasing, the dishes on the table were gradually cleared, and the glasses were also filled to the brim. More than an hour later, when Ryudo helped Yunyan out of the small restaurant, she was so drunk that she couldn't even recognize her own mother. Are you kidding me? To drink like this, you really don't treat me as an outsider. Looking at Yunyan, who reeked of alcohol, her cheeks were red, and her eyes were wandering, Ryudo couldn't help but lightly flick her forehead. Generally speaking, it was very dangerous for young men and women to drink outside, especially for girls. Before getting drunk, in a tavern, after waking up, in a hotel, lying next to a white pig eating cabbage, no one would want to encounter this kind of situation. But fortunately, Ryudo was a mature and steady gentleman, and he would never take advantage of others. Therefore, if he were to carry the drunk senior sister Yunyan to the hotel or something, that would be totally, My head is dizzy. Just then, Yunyan suddenly twisted in a daze, and tightly hugged Ryudo's arm, and a pair of plump slimes also tightly stuck to him. So if he carried the drunk Yunyan to a hotel or something, Ryuto had no intention of doing so. Rubbing, and twisting. Cough cough, he didn't even think about it. Calm down, bastard. Although I'm a blonde, I'm not that kind of blonde. After hitting his head, Ryuto hurriedly carried Yunyen into the car. This black car was called by him not long ago, and the one sitting inside was naturally his personal driver, Narukai Otani. But when Narukai saw Ryuto carrying a drunk beauty into the car, he revealed a wretched smile. Narukai even asked with a smile, second-generation head, are we going home? Or to a hotel? By the way, I know of a nice hotel with a rotating waterbed. Stop talking nonsense. Go to her house. It's the place where I picked her up. After hearing Narukai's words, Ryuto hurriedly kicked his seat, and at the same time, he glanced at Yunyen who was lying on the chair. But the scary thing was, Yunyen opened her eyes in a daze, and asked in confusion, rotating waterbed, what is that? Chapter 108. To be honest, when he heard Yunyen ask this question, Ryuto was really numb. God above, he really didn't know how to explain these things to Yunyen. The key was that Ryuto himself didn't understand it very well. Unlike Narukai, who was experienced, Ryuto was really a pure creature like a white lotus. A 16-year-old boy was just like that. So the round bed, water bed, revolving bed, hammock, red bed, electric bed, happy chair, yoga ball, handcuffs, eye mask, mouth ball, flea, whip, candle, rabbit tail plug and other things that often appeared in strange rooms, Ryuto had never heard of any of them, and he didn't know what they were used for. So he had to start to change the topic and said to Narukai, hurry up, it's already very late. We have to send Yunyen back quickly. Okay, second-generation leader, wait, let's talk about it. Clearly, revolving waterbed, what is it? But he didn't know what aroused Yunyen's strong curiosity. At the moment when the car started, she suddenly bounced up from the chair and grabbed Ryuto's collar and continued to ask. Because the car was accelerating, senior sister Yunyen's bounce directly knocked Long Do to the side, forming a wonderful position where one was on top and the other was below. The former seemed to become particularly bold after being drunk, and she even leaned her head over. Rumble. In this way, with the sudden acceleration of the black car, the speed of the car in the back seat also soared. After being pushed down by Yunyen, Ryuto quickly reached out to support her body and whispered, Yunyen. Too close, too close. There are still people in front. Oh, I suddenly want to listen to music. I'll use my soundproof earplugs to play a rock song to make sure that I can't hear anything. Then put on the baffle, and I won't know what will happen next. Just when Ryuto turned his head to look at Narukai in the front seat, Narukai also made a series of actions while driving at lightning speed. He first quickly put on the 100% soundproof headphones, then pulled out a pure black baffle from nowhere and blocked between the front and back seats, dividing the whole car into two parts. This is good. Although it's a little early, it seems like our third-generation team leader has been settled. After quickly doing all this, Narukai sighed in his heart. But no matter what Narukai thought, Ryuto never thought of this. He never thought of working with Yunyen to assemble the Rulon Group's third-generation leader so early. Narukai, that bastard, who does he think I am? Will I mess around in a speeding car? After seeing that the bastard Narukai actually thought that he would mess around in the car, Ryuto was really angry. Are you kidding me? I'm a man of steel, how can I be rude to a drunk woman? I'll say it here, even if I, Ryuto Kiryu, am a bachelor for the rest of my life, die in the hands of IM, and jump out of the car, I won't touch Yunyen at all. Thinking of this, Long Do immediately froze. He hurriedly reached out and pushed senior sister Yunyen away. Then, he smashed the baffle in front of him with a punch and jumped into the co-pilot seat. Seeing that Ryuto actually destroyed the third-generation incubation device that he carefully prepared, Narukai quickly took off the headphones and asked, "Ah. Second King Yanluo, you. Shut up, control the speed honestly. If you continue to drive recklessly, we will all die." After scolding Narukai, Ryuto looked at Yunyen, who had already laid down in the back seat and seemed to be slowly falling asleep. He finally felt a little relieved. It was too difficult. The game with Yunyen just now was more difficult than fighting in the arena 3 times in a row. Yunyen was naturally seductive. She was born with a beautiful appearance and temperament. Few young men didn't feel tempted when facing her. Especially when she was drunk and leaning on him softly, that kind of seduction was really terrifying. But even so, Ryuto wouldn't mess around, let alone really fragrant. After all, this was not something that could be really fragrant, it was a major event that concerned her life. The most important thing for a man was to take care of his zipper. He couldn't just unzip it, that would really be too shitty. Therefore, Ryuto simply jumped directly into the co-pilot cabin to avoid the wonderful torture of the rotating waterbed. In this way, on the streets of Tokyo illuminated only by streetlights, the car drove to the rich villa area where Tsutsumira was located at a speed that wouldn't affect Yunyen's rest. After stopping on the familiar street, Ryuto went to the back seat, opened the door, and gently shook Yunyen, who was lying in the back seat, awake. "Wake up, Yunyen, we're home." As she lightly swayed her tall and voluptuous body, Yunyan's large eyes that were filled with divine charm also slowly opened. She looked at Long Do, who had a difficult expression on his face. "Have we arrived?" She shook her head, straightened her back and sat up, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. "Phew, you scared me. I was so afraid that you wouldn't wake up. Then I didn't know how to send you back." Ryuto breathed a sigh of relief, took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Yunyen, and watched her gulp it down. After that, he supported the senior sister who was still a little delirious, but much better than before, back to the remote corner of Tsutsumira. Yes, that is, back to the railing that gave Ryuto a huge visual impact before. "Yunyen, can you walk in by yourself?" "It should be fine. I'm much better now." After letting go of Ryuto's hand that had been holding her, Yunyen walked to the gap in the railing without looking back. Her movements were not very nimble as she went back in. What happened? Yunyen doesn't seem to be very happy. Since Yunyen woke up in the car, she has been giving off a strange feeling, as if she didn't dare to face Ryuto. Did I make her angry? As expected, taking her out for a drink in the middle of the night is a bit, Ryuto too. Ahem, Ryuto. Just as Ryuto was about to leave, Yunyen turned her head and called him with a strange tone. "Yunyen, is there anything else?" "It's just, your previous confession, I haven't replied to you yet." "Oh, it's okay, it's the good guy card, I know what I'm doing." Ryuto turned his head and smiled at Yunyen when he heard this, and replied very straightforwardly. It was true that he liked senior sister Yunyen, but that sudden confession not long ago was just because he was in the mood, so he casually said what was in his heart. Therefore, from the beginning, Ryuto didn't expect to receive a serious reply. However, who would have thought that Yunyen would shake her head and use a shy tone to say, "Actually, if you don't mind, I think we can give it a try." Chapter 109. After so many male confessions in the past, Yunyen gave a different reply for the first time. "I think we can try it." When Yunyen said these words, she only felt that her face was burning, and her heartbeat became extremely fast. Because for her, this was a 0% proficiency, a reply that she had never given before. "What? I didn't hear it wrong, right? At the same time, when he heard Yunyan's reply, Ryudo couldn't help but pinch his thigh to make sure that he was not dreaming. Isn't that right? How is it possible? After going out to have fun tonight and sending Yunyan back, she seemed to have agreed to Ryudo's previous confession. So Ryudo quickly took a deep breath and asked seriously, "Wait, Yunyan, do you mean what I understand?" "It means what you understand." "That's right. How do you know what I understand?" "Well, then let's be more straightforward. I think we could try to develop a relationship as a couple." Although she was a little embarrassed, Yunyan still expressed her thoughts very straightforwardly. As for why she was suddenly willing to develop a relationship with Ryudo, it was because of the consequences caused by a few glasses of draft beer. Although drinking too much beer would make one drunk, the speed of this kind of drunkenness was much faster than drinking white wine. So not long ago, on the way back, Yunyan, who was in a daze, had already sobered up. The moment she woke up, the previous confused memories poured into Yunyan's mind. Especially the scene of her entangling Ryudo and pushing him to the back seat. Yunyan couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment. She secretly blamed herself for doing such a shameless thing. But after that, Ryudo's response made Yunyan feel very warm. Under the premise of clearly expressing his feelings, in the face of Yunyan taking the initiative to throw herself into his arms, Ryudo still chose to run away and didn't take advantage of her while drunk. Yunyan was naturally aware of her unique and amazing charm. Her temperament was like a dose of poison, so poisonous that it was difficult for people to withstand it, let alone in the situation where she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Therefore, in this state, Ryudo was still able to resist the urge to make a move on her. His image in Yunyan's heart suddenly increased. Judging from the situation tonight, Ryudo seemed to be quite trustworthy. It seemed that dating him wasn't a bad thing. So on the way back, Yunyan kept thinking about this matter. After all, no matter what, Yunyan was only a 17-year-old young girl. It was natural for her to be curious and longing for love. Since the right person had already appeared, youth was too short. Why not try to start a relationship? Therefore, Yunyan gave her answer clearly. Of course, after understanding Yunyan's meaning, Ryudo couldn't help but tremble. No way. My God, I have 18 years in my previous life and 16 years in this life. In this life of 32 years, I finally have a girlfriend for the first time. Under the dim moonlight, Yunyan on the other side of the railing looked as beautiful as the moon goddess. And if he thought that such a beauty was going to be his girlfriend, it would be even more beautiful. So Ryudo couldn't help but laugh, ha ha ha. This is great. From now on, senior sister Yunyan will be mine. Logically speaking, at this time, as long as Ryudo agreed, then he could live a shameless life starting tomorrow. But at the moment when he was about to agree, his mind suddenly flashed a memory not long ago. In the memory, Ryudo was standing face to face with a black-haired girl with a classical beauty, and she was also stretching out her white and delicate hand. If I don't need to be the Hakusho in 2 years, I'll go to your place and be the wife of the team leader. That should be fine, right? In the memory, the girl with a helpless smile reached out and held Ryudo's hand, and her eyes flashed with a complicated expression. The girl with a complicated expression was naturally the first person Ryudo confessed to, Kanzaki Colored Glaze. At this time, although Yunyan agreed to be his girlfriend, what about Colored Glaze? She was still waiting in the cage of Kamiyoshi, waiting for the dawn to come. Could Ryudo abandon her? Thinking of this, Ryudo couldn't help but shake his head and said to Yunyan, "Yunyan, I do like you, but there is something I have to be honest with you." "Is it a problem with your identity and background?" "It's fine, I have a way to make my family not object." When Ryudo showed such an attitude, Yunyan's first thought was that he was concerned about her terrible family background. Everyone knew that the boss of the Tsukimi Corporation loved their daughter Yunyan very much, so he naturally didn't want his daughter to be together with Ryuto, an extreme leader who wandered the underworld. However, Yunyan had read so many romance novels over the years. She hadn't read them for nothing. After all, such situations of family opposition often appeared in novels, so there were naturally many effective solutions. The basic solution was to cry, throw a tantrum, and hang oneself. The intermediate solution was to directly run away from home, and the highest solution was to directly get married. In short, in Yunyan's opinion, the family's opposition wasn't a problem, and Ryuto didn't need to worry about it. At worst, he could just try all the high school and high schools. Of course, what Yunyan thought was 100% wrong. After all, what Ryuto wanted to confess was not the family problem, but, in fact, in addition to you, I have 2 women I like. Ah. When she heard Ryuto's confession, Yunyan was stunned, although this was a normal reaction. What is this? You just said that you liked me not long ago, and then you turn around and say that there are 2 other women you like besides me. After being stunned for a few seconds, Yunyan said dumbfoundedly, "Don't tell me that you haven't decided yet, and you haven't decided which one to choose from the 3 of us." No, I actually decided a long time ago. I want all 3, including you." For the second time, Ryuto made this harem declaration in front of the woman he liked for the second time. It was still the same shameless attitude and the same firm tone. Anyone who heard it would know that he was definitely not making a joke that wasn't funny. It had to be said that these words sounded a bit ridiculous, perhaps in front of a girl who had just agreed to be his girlfriend. After hearing this, Yunyan lowered her head slightly, making it impossible for people to see the change in her expression. Then, the young miss of the Tsukumi family asked in a creepy tone, "Who are you?" "What did you say?" "I said, who are the other 2? Wait a minute. There's something wrong with her tone. She's not going to take a knife and chop up the other 2, right? I don't remember Yunyan being sick and delicate, right?" Even though he felt his scalp go numb, Ryuto still said honestly, "Kanzaki-colored glaze and Saitu Dunya." After saying these 2 names, Ryuto looked at Yunyan, who had lowered her head, in fear, as if he wanted to know if she would explode in anger. But in the next moment, Yunyan quickly raised her head and replied in a calm tone, "So it's them. That's easy." Chapter 110. It had to be said that Yunyan's reply was really beyond Ryuto's expectation. In Ryuto's view, such a girl who had just fallen in love, when she heard that the person who was about to be her boyfriend had 2 other women that she liked, she would be furious. It should be impossible for her to say, "It's them, that's easy," so casually, right? If it's light, she would scold him. If it's heavy, she would turn hostile on the spot. Isn't this the reaction of a normal woman? So when Ryuto confessed his harem purpose to her, he was already prepared to be scolded by Yunyan on the spot, and then he would use some methods to coax her back. Who knew that Ryuto liked to take the unusual path, but he didn't expect that Yunyan seemed to be such a strange person in this regard. She actually didn't have a big reaction to the harem declaration, which was simply incredible. So he could only scratch his head and say, "That, Yunyan. Do you actually understand what I mean?" "I understand. In addition to liking me, you also like colored glaze and dunya. You want to take us all home. What's so difficult to understand?" Under the situation that you understand, for my extremely rude and shameless harem declaration, you don't have anything to be unhappy about. Of course there is, but it can't be helped, right? And many heroes in novels also have multiple wives. For example, Minamoto no Minamoto in The Tale of Genji even had more than a dozen wives. No, that's ancient times. It's modern now. There is a crime of bigamy in this year. Is your brain circuit a bit strange? It's obviously your brain circuit that is a bit strange. You just killed someone in the underground arena, and you still care about a crime of bigamy. At this moment, Yun Yan's rhetorical question was obviously the same as what Long Do had said when he was drinking. However, it had to be said that it sounded quite reasonable. As the second generation of the extreme Tao, Ryudo couldn't be said to have committed all kinds of crimes, but at the very least, he had a reputation for being evil. A mere bigamy crime couldn't even be considered as an addition to his reputation. But even so, Ryudo couldn't help but continue to ask, but won't you feel wronged if you have to share your lover with other women? Well, if it's Colored Glaze and Dunya, then it's still acceptable. But if it's anyone else, then it can only be the two of them. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yun Yan shook her head firmly, as if warning Ryudo not to push his luck. Otherwise, Copper Skin Mastery and Iron Bone Mastery would not have been able to withstand a three-man hatchet, even with 100% mastery. Of course, one of the main reasons why Yun Yan could accept it was because Colored Glaze and Dunya were her good friends, and they were also very good people with excellent character and appearance, and they were very pleasant to get along with. Sharing the same man with these two women who were very good and got along well with her was not that difficult for her to accept. Another reason why Yun Yan could accept it was that Ryudo told her all his thoughts before the two of them officially established their relationship, which made Yun Yan feel the man's sincerity. Telling her in advance that he was preparing to start a harem before the two of them started a relationship would have to bear the huge risk of being dumped on the spot, so normal people would not do this. Under normal circumstances, Ryudo could completely not tell Yun Yan that he was thinking of the other two women, and first become lovers with her. Telling her after the deed was done, or simply hiding it from her and secretly dating the other two was a very convenient choice for Ryudo. This way, he would not have to bear the risk of being dumped if he told her in advance, and he would definitely be able to get the beauty back. However, Ryudo chose to bear the risk, and clearly told Yun Yan his purpose in advance, and also made sure that she understood what it meant. This way, Yun Yan could make a choice early, whether she was willing to share Ryudo with the other two, or turn around and leave, and withdraw from the relationship. From this point, it could be seen that Ryudo had already given the women he liked the greatest degree of respect. Although he was still a playboy who wants them all, the kind who deserved to be hacked to death by women. But no matter what, after completely winning Yun Yan's approval, the two of them still made great progress in their relationship. In short, I'll go back first, see you at school tomorrow. Before leaving, Yun Yan smiled and waved to Ryudo, and her figure disappeared into the night of Tsutsumi Rebetsuin. But just when Ryudo returned to the black car and rushed home, his brain still had a buzzing feeling. Really? Did all of this really happen? I'm really in a relationship with Yun Yan now. And she allowed me to start a harem. Is there such a good thing in the world? Generally speaking, this was impossible. After all, in this era, there were not many women who allowed their men to have other women. But fortunately, Yun Yan and Tsutsumi was definitely not equal to ordinary women. From a certain point of view, she was actually a weirdo whose brain circuit was stranger than Ryudo's. But in this case, as long as I can deal with Colored Glaze and Dunya, Dunya should be the most difficult to deal with. She is very possessive. As for Colored Glaze... By the way, what is Colored Glaze's attitude towards my harem declaration? When sitting in the car speeding on the streets of Tokyo at night, Ryudo suddenly thought of this serious problem. Speaking of which, Colored Glaze was the first heroine to hear Ryudo's shameless harem declaration, but she didn't seem to have made a statement about it. When she heard this declaration, Colored Glaze just asked him to leave indifferently and didn't say anything else. When the two met again, it was the same as usual. There was nothing special. So for a while, Ryudo couldn't figure out Colored Glaze's attitude towards this matter. Forget it, I'll ask clearly. It's too annoying to be unclear. Although it's a happy annoyance. When he heard Ryudo talking to himself, Narukai, who was sitting in the driver's seat, quickly turned around and asked, "What did you say just now? Do you have any orders?" Nothing, I just feel that I suddenly have such a beautiful girlfriend, I can't accept this reality. Indeed, I have never seen such a beautiful person like Yunyen in my life. Only a beauty like her is worthy of you. Narukai, your flattery skills have improved. No, it's all from the bottom of my heart. Speaking of this, Ryudo and Narukai both laughed, and the car was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. However, Narukai wasn't actually flattering, he was telling the truth. Yunyen was such a beautiful woman. If anyone could fall in love with her and create another little person, then even if they died, they wouldn't die in vain. Moreover, Ryudo now also thought so. Even if he was hit by a car on the spot, he would have no regrets in his life. Creak. Boom. So in the next second, a slightly bulky construction truck suddenly crashed from the side, directly hitting the side of the black car that Ryudo and Narukai were sitting in. Chapter 111. Have you ever experienced being hit by a construction truck from the side? Have you experienced the feeling of your car rolling on the ground and finally crashing to the ground? If not, congratulations, your life is very normal. If you have, congratulations too, your life in the other world must be very exciting. But Ryudo didn't fly to the other world. After all, he couldn't die without spending all his money. What exactly happened to me? When Ryudo woke up after a series of flying and bumps, he only felt like his body was falling apart. His ears were buzzing, the things in front of him were shaking, and his nose was full of the smell of gasoline. After being stunned for a few seconds, Ryudo's eyes gradually became clear. The first thing he could see was the blood-stained street floor. Today's night was darker, and the moonlight wasn't that bright, but the blood on the ground was still very obvious. Then, next to the blood was Narukai Otani, who was like a puppet with a broken string, twisted on the ground. That's right, it was Narukai Otani, the subordinate who was happily chatting with Ryudo a few seconds ago. But at this time, Narukai was obviously unable to speak. Because his neck, hands, and feet were all twisted at strange angles, and his body was covered in blood. And next to the obviously dead Narukai, the black car with the mark of the dragon on the hood, which was carrying two people, was also like a pile of scrap metal, maintaining its flipped position. The car's windows were shattered, and a huge dent could be seen on the side of the car with the naked eye. Obviously, what happened to Ryudo was called a traffic accident. If he remembered correctly, it was because a huge mud truck had appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the night and knocked Long Do's car away. Because Ryudo's physical fitness was strong, and he also had two passive skills, he didn't die in the accident, but Narukai Otani in the front seat wasn't so lucky. What? What are you doing, bastard? When Ryudo dragged his numb body and struggled to stand up, he immediately looked at the dark road behind him, trying to see where the truck that knocked him flying was. This road was a remote road toward the Kamishimachi area. The road was quite narrow, and there were very few pedestrians and vehicles on the road in the middle of the night. But even so, a truck suddenly rushed out in the middle of the night and knocked him and his car flying. It was difficult to think of it as a normal accident. Was it an accident? No, it didn't look like an accident. Could it be that someone wanted to? You're still alive, your luck is really bad. Before Long Do could react, a voice as cold as the frost of the Northern Kingdom drifted into his ears from behind. Behind? Wait. There's someone behind me. How did he? Although he didn't know when the other side came to the back, Ryudo made a prompt decision and rushed forward. He quickly opened up a distance. It was at the moment he rushed out, a piano string that was almost invisible in the night took away a bunch of hair on Ryudo's head. Of course, if he didn't rush forward in time, it wouldn't be as simple as his hair being taken away. This guy. Is he a professional assassin? As Ryudo quickly landed on the ground in front of him and stood up while enduring the pain, a man who looked quite beautiful under the moonlight appeared not far away. It was hard to imagine that a man would actually use the word beautiful to describe him. He had a handsome face that was as angular as a classical sculpture, a pair of gentle blue eyes, fair skin, and a head of golden hair that was more dazzling than gold. Such a coquettish appearance, coupled with the particularly slender body in the elegant suit, set off this man as handsome as coming out of an oil painting. If you just looked at the appearance, I'm afraid anyone would treat this man as a model or a star. But it was a pity that this man named Kaijua didn't have such a glamorous profession. Because he was a professional assassin, and he was the leader of the professional assassins. At the same time when he saw the man, the rogue analysis mirror in Ryudo's eyes also quickly fed back the information about his attributes. Name, Georgy Mihailovich Kaiser. Age, 30 years old. Attributes, Intellect LV3, Physique LV3, Courage LV4, Insight LV3, Charm LV3. If one were to look at the attributes of this assassin named Kaijua, he could be considered a top expert second only to that monster Yong-ji among all the enemies Long Do had encountered. His attributes were all balanced, with no flaws to be found in any aspect. The most important thing was that from the piano line that was faintly emitting a cold light during his operation and that accident just now, this man named Kaijua was obviously a veteran killer. A true professional assassin, just the feeling he gave off was not something that the scoundrel Mike in the underground fighting arena could compare to. Michael the villain was huge and looked terrifying, but if Kaiser wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be much harder than killing a pig. From a certain point of view, killing Liemo Chin wasn't much harder than killing a pig. If you had died in that car accident, you wouldn't have died by my hands. What a pity. Just as Ryudo was sizing up this assassin from the land of ice and snow, Kaiser shook his head and spoke in a sad tone. However, Long Do did not reply. Instead, he quickly checked the condition of his body. His legs, arms, and other parts of his body were fractured in dozens of places. Moreover, when he used force, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He couldn't even open his palms. No, I can't fight in this state. Seeing that Kaijua was getting closer and closer to him, Long Do slowly retreated while trying to think of a way to survive. If he was in perfect condition, he wouldn't mind sparring with this assassin named Kaiser. But as someone who just went through a serious car accident, not to mention sparring, it was already a miracle that he didn't collapse on the spot. Although he had a gun in his inventory, his severely fractured arms couldn't hold it and aim. He could barely hold the gun to scare people, but it was useless against a professional assassin. Therefore, from all angles, this was an absolute dead end. There was no chance of survival at all. Since he was going to die, then so be it. But before he died, he had to get some information. So Ryudo pondered for a second or two before sitting down like a hoodlum. He said to Kaiser, "You win, but before you kill me, can you let me know? I refuse." Ryudo wanted to say, "Before I die, can you let me know who wants to kill me?" But before he could finish his sentence, a thin piano string wrapped around Long Do's neck, accompanied by a cold, "I refuse." Then, his vision flew up and he fell into darkness. Chapter 112. Bastard, I'm just a worker, do you have to work so hard? Will it kill you to say more? Just when he was killed by the assassin named Kaiser with a piano wire, Ryudo couldn't help but curse in his heart. Traditional villains would say a lot of things before killing the protagonist, and most of them wouldn't even be able to kill the protagonist. In the end, the assassin that Long Do met killed him without even saying a single word. Such professional ethics. Was he planning to compete for the Top 10 Outstanding Assassin Award? Detected that the host is on the verge of death, an emergency rescue plan is about to be initiated by spending 800,000 yen to erase the fact of death. Beep 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 beep, erase successful. After experiencing the familiar darkness on the other side, along with the familiar system revival prompt, Ryudo's eyes once again appeared the railing on the side of Tsutsumirabetsuin. Before dying this time, he deliberately changed to the title of Desperado to reduce the revival cost by 20%. It was better than nothing. 200,000 yen wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. After saving a few times, he could still buy a skill. At this moment, from the courtyard on the other side of the railing, he could vaguely see Yunyan's figure skipping away. However, Yunyan couldn't have imagined that the boy who just established a relationship with her would immediately become a strange body art under the collision of the car and the steel wire. Seriously, can't you let me go home happily and have a wet dream? Why must an assassin come and mess with me at this time? Suddenly, Ryudo helplessly walked toward the car where Narukai was. At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed a familiar phone number. Beep 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 beep, the phone was connected after more than 10 seconds. From the other end of the phone came an obviously confused male voice. Because it was already 1:00 in the night, sensible Goro who received the call asked in a daze, "Boss, what's the matter?" "It's so late, I'm being chased by an assassin. Go and see if you can find a guy named Georgy Mihailovich Kaiser. Find out who he is and who he has seen recently." "Understood. Keep in touch." After hearing Ryudo's words, Sensible on the other end of the phone immediately woke up and turned on the huge military-grade special computer beside his bed. In terms of investigating the identity of an assassin, there were probably not many people in the world who could do better than Sensible. After all, he was a cyber detective who could even hack into the core system of the police station. If that was the case, it wouldn't take long to find out the killer's identity. Even if he used a fake name, there would still be some clues left behind. The next problem would be the car. Thinking of this, his exclusive black car with a dragon's mark on the hood appeared at the corner of the street. From Ryudo's point of view, the car that he was used to was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. While walking towards the car, Ryudo's fingers quickly slid across the phone's keyboard as if he was sending a long text message to someone. "Second generation leader, you're back." When he saw Ryudo walking towards him, Narukai, who was smoking in the driver's seat, quickly stood up and was ready to open the door for him. "Narukai, I just sent you a text message to ask you to buy something. Why didn't you reply?" "Aw. Text message. Sorry, I didn't see it." After hearing Ryudo's reminder, Narukai quickly opened the phone and opened the text message that had just been sent. Then, his face suddenly changed. Because the content of this text message was, "Our car may be installed with listening devices and locators. Don't talk nonsense from now on." That's right, at least from the previous situation, Ryudo thought there was a high probability that his car was tampered with. Recalling the situation where he was directly hit by the truck not long ago, the assassin named Kaiser clearly knew when Ryudo's car would pass by the intersection. In the middle of the night where visibility was quite poor, if there was no device similar to a locator, it would be difficult to hit so accurately. Although listening devices and locators may also be in small things such as phones, compared to the phones carried by the two Jidao, it was much simpler to tamper with the car. Let's go back first, but I want to sleep in the car, so drive steadily." After patting Narukai's shoulder, Ryudo sat in the car, but this time he sat in the back seat. "Okay, you take your time to rest." Narukai was also experienced. Although he encountered an unexpected incident, he still didn't panic. He still calmly sat in the driver's seat and started the car. As the car started, Ryuto sat in the back seat and looked at the time while looking at the map of Yodo on his phone. From Hatsutsumira to the place where the previous collision occurred, it was about 15 minutes away. If he drove slowly, he could use more than 20 minutes. And if I remember correctly, the accident should have happened here before. After looking for a while, Ryuto locked onto a street not far from Kamashido, which was also the place where Kaiser was going to ambush him with the mud truck. Under the premise of knowing such a thing, it was not difficult for Ryuto to escape this disaster. Although Kaiser has a locator that can roughly determine the distance and direction of the car. But after all, he was driving an engineering mud truck. If he really wanted to race, it was impossible for him to outrun Ryuto's Hummer. However, what Ryuto wanted at this time was not to escape Kaiser's pursuit, but to capture that guy. Capture him alive. After all, this assassin who suddenly appeared was really outrageous. Ryuto was eager to know who he was. Of course, although Ryuto did have a super enemy, Tenmo Iam, today's incident should have nothing to do with Iam. After all, if it was an assassin sent by Iam, then before killing Ryuto, he would inevitably record a video of him having fun, and he would never let Ryuto die so quickly. But that assassin called Kaijua was terrifyingly efficient. Not to mention recording a video, he didn't even bother to say a word to Ryuto and directly killed him. This was not the style of Iam's people at all. Therefore, the probability of sending Kaiser to assassinate Ryuto was not Iam, but someone else. For the bastard who dared to send an assassin to kill him, Ryuto had to find him no matter what. From this point of view, it was best to capture Kaiser alive, which would maximize the probability of finding the mastermind behind the scenes. Decided. Let's give that guy a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After quickly making a plan in his mind, Ryuto gently opened the left side of the back seat, and then made a slow down gesture to Narukai in front of him. When Narukai slowed down the car again, making it no different from a bicycle, Ryuto's entire body turned outward and landed on the street outside like a gymnast. Chapter 113. Then, Ryuto quickly stopped a taxi under the stunned gaze of the passers-by. After sitting in the taxi, he put the map on his phone in front of the driver and said, "Drive here as fast as you can, it doesn't matter if you exceed the speed limit." "Ah. Dear customer, your request is..." "Paw." Before the taxi driver could react, a stack of 200,000 yuan was already in front of him. This 200,000 yuan was saved by the title, Desperado, when he was resurrected. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. After handing over the money, Ryuto continued, "Keep the change, drive as fast as you can, I have a life-related matter." Oh. Very good. Then you found the right person. It was unknown if it was the 200,000 yuan bill that had moved him, or if it was the human life that had moved him. In short, the taxi driver immediately switched his car stereo to his favorite music, Age Your Dream. Charge. Ah! For the glory of the driver. Along with the passionate music, the driver stepped on the accelerator with a loud bang. The car almost hit a nearby electric pole and almost sent Long Do away on the spot again. Actually, Long Do had hoped that they would arrive at their destination quickly. However, this driver's driving style was really too awesome. The small taxi made a beast-like roar and sped on the street at a speed that made people feel like they ate gunpowder. Inertia drift. Brake drift. Jump overtake. 90 degrees sharp turn. Gutter turn. The driver's left hand was swinging the gear lever as if he was dancing, while his right hand was playing with the steering wheel like a teenager playing discs. At the same time, his whole body was rocking non-stop, just like his lost youth. Looking at the driver's driving posture and the speed that was almost exploding on the dashboard, if it was a normal passenger, his pants would be wet on the spot. Is this driver okay? Is it okay for a retired driver to drive a taxi? But it doesn't matter, it's just 800,000 yuan. Just like that, under the crazy driving of the driver, the Ryudo sped through the streets and alleys of Tokyo at an amazing speed. It was as if he was riding an AE-86 through 5 consecutive hairpin turns. But even so, Ryudo quickly calmed down and dialed another familiar number in the car. N. That's it, find the largest tonnage with the best protective measures. Be careful not to make too much noise. The faster the better. When hanging up the phone, Ryudo took a deep breath and looked at the rapidly changing night scene of Tokyo outside the window. He silently prayed that he could reach the destination alive. Of course, after Ryudo swayed in this torrent for 5 minutes, he barely arrived near the destination. Before getting out of the car, Ryudo smiled at the driver. Thank you very much, ugh, your driving skill is great. My organs didn't come out. No problem, this is my business card. Call me if you have such an urgent task in the future. Looking at Ryudo, who reached out to cover his mouth and opened the door, the driver enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up. I'll go first. It will be troublesome if I'm caught by the traffic police. After all, I don't have a license. Bye. After leaving the last sentence that sounded extremely dangerous, the taxi driver quickly fled the scene, leaving Ryudo standing alone in the cold night wind. It's not easy to live. Forget it, Kawaki-nan should be here soon. Suddenly, Ryudo turned his head and looked around. There were few people around this dim street. After all, it was already night, and this was the remote end of the street. It's just that the street where Ryudo was now happened to be at the other end of the street where Kaiser was lying in ambush. If he rushed to the left end of this street, he should be able to see Kaiser waiting quietly with the mud truck. In other words, Ryudo had already come behind the assassin, behind the mud truck that almost killed him not long ago. There are still about 10 minutes before Narukaya arrives here. If Kawaki-nan doesn't drag it out too much, it should be enough. In this way, Ryudo first walked quietly along the street for a while. He saw the familiar mud truck parked at the intersection. The blonde assassin was sitting in the car, so he stopped and quietly returned along the road. Now that the target has been determined, Ryudo only had to wait in the cold night wind. He was waiting for a man who liked butts very much. About 13 minutes later, the man arrived as promised. He was driving a conspicuous, huge, yellow, heavy-duty road roller. This roller looked a whole size bigger than an ordinary car, and there was a huge round wheel in front. It looked like a yellow steel monster when driving on the road. When the roller stopped beside Ryudo, a familiar head poked out of the car. Second-generation leader. Kamita Kawaki-nan is here to report. The heavy vehicle and collision protection equipment you want have been found. Suddenly, as Ryudo's loyal subordinate, the black-clothed Kyoto who usually likes to watch wrestling movies with his brother, Ando, jumped out of the car and bowed respectfully to Ryudo. Although there were many people in the Rulon group that could be used, Ryudo trusted the most were the 3 people who had gone through life and death with him, namely Narukaya Otani, Kamita Kawaki-nan, and Kamita Ando. Although the names of the 2 brothers were not very pleasant to the ears, their loyalty was still guaranteed and they were quite efficient when it came to doing things. So they're here. Very good. Ryudo looked at the heavy roller, and then looked at the 3-in-1 set of collision protection suit, helmet, and cushion in Kawaki-nan's hand, and couldn't help but nod to him. Then Ryudo asked seriously, Kawaki-nan, there is a task for you to do now, but it may be a little dangerous. Yes. Please instruct me. Put on this collision protection suit, drive this road roller down this street, and smash a construction truck at the end of the street into smithereens. Do you dare to do it? Hey, why wouldn't I dare? It's a piece of cake. Although Kawaki Nan was naive and liked wrestling, he was still an official member of the Rulon group, so it was natural for him to perform similar tasks. So Kawaki Nan didn't even hesitate to put on the collision protection suit, helmet, and cushion in front of him. After that, he got on the heavy roller again. Charge! Ah! For the glory of the Rulon group. After an angry roar, Kawaki Nan drove the roller toward the other side of the road. It was late at night now, and there was no one around this empty street, which made it convenient for Kawaki Nan to drive the roller forward. However, just as the roller was coming from the other side of the street, Kaiser, who was sitting on the truck with a red wine glass, elegantly waited for the arrival of the prey. Chapter 114. My name is Georgy Mihailovich Kaiser, 30 years old. I'm an assassin. I don't have a fixed residence, I'm unmarried, and I work for an assassin organization called Executor. I have to work overtime every day until 8 in the morning before I can go home. I smoke 10 packs of cigarettes a day, and I can't get enough alcohol. I go to bed at 8 in the morning and sleep for 3 hours every day. Before I go to bed, I must drink a glass of life water, and then I look in the mirror to admire my beautiful face. Whenever I go to bed, I can fall asleep after lying down for about 2 hours. I sleep until 11 in the morning, and my fatigue and stress will never be completely eliminated. The doctor said that I may die at any time, and it's a blessing to live to 30 years old. I'm very happy to hear this because I'm already 30 years old. Finally, I'm generally reluctant to pay with cash, so I will propose to help the doctor kill someone to offset the cost. This is the virtue of a professional assassin. But the doctor usually can't say who he wants to kill, so I kill the doctor to help them reach heaven as soon as possible. I'm really a good person. Thinking of this, Kaiser couldn't help but shake the red wine glass in his hand. The life water, 96 degrees Celsius, in the glass exuded a strong alcohol smell, and its lethality was comparable to industrial alcohol. Logically speaking, he shouldn't drink at work, especially as a top professional assassin like Kaiser. Gulp. However, as he looked at the map on the tablet with a small red dot constantly moving, he happily drank a mouthful of the pure water of life. When the alcohol slid down his throat, the burning sensation stimulated Kaiser's nerves and made him more energetic to devote himself to the great assassination career. After killing the target, I'll have to celebrate. Is it because the guy drives so slowly because the target is sleeping? But it's almost there. Looking at the red dot on the map slowly driving toward the street here, Kaiser also put his hand on the steering wheel of the construction truck. Tonight's mission for Kaiser was just a very common one among the countless missions he had performed in the past. The mission target's route home was basically fixed. As long as he waited at the intersection, there was a high probability of hitting the target from the side. Although using a prop like the construction truck was against Kaiser's assassination aesthetics. But he didn't have any assassination aesthetics to speak of, so it didn't matter. Rumble. Rumble. Not long after, Kaiser heard the clear sound of a vehicle in the dark night, and he quickly focused his mind. Is he here? It didn't seem to be the case. The location of the vehicle shown on the tablet map was still half a street away, so the sound he heard now should be the sound of a passing car. Although it was already late at night, this was the downtown area of Tokyo after all. It was inevitable that some vehicles would pass by. Therefore, Kaiser didn't pay much attention to the rumbling behind him. By the time he reacted, it was already a little too late. Go to hell, trash. Boom. Accompanied by the particularly terrifying and intense collision sound at night, Mr. Crow, who was driving the road roller at the back, stepped on the accelerator frantically and slammed into the back of the construction vehicle. The huge wheels in front of the huge road roller crushed the rear half of the construction vehicle and pushed the front half of the vehicle towards the wall at the other end of the street. But fortunately, Kaiser was also a professional. So at the last moment when the vehicle was about to be crushed together with him, he slammed open the window glass, jumped out with a red wine glass, and did a flat version of the leap of faith. But even so, the huge impact and flying part still blew Kaiser's body more than 10 meters away, and he was injured all over. What the hell happened to me? When Kaiser woke up after a series of flying and bumps, he only felt that his body was falling apart. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, the things in front of him were shaking, and his nose was full of the smell of gasoline. After being in a daze for a few seconds in this situation, Kaiser's eyes gradually became clear. First of all, what he could see was the messy fences on the street, and his construction truck that had lost its shape. Behind the construction truck was a huge road roller. The man in the driver's seat looked a bit dizzy, but because of the complete protective measures, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Is there a mistake? Am I dreaming? Seeing this strange scene, Kaiser couldn't believe his eyes. The executor killer, Georgy Mihailovich Kaiser, was hit from behind by a road roller in the middle of the night when I was driving a construction truck. If this report was written and sent to the boss, he would definitely think that Kaiser drank the water of life until he became stupid. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? Hey, don't say, there really is such a thing, and something even more ridiculous is yet to come. You're still alive, you're lucky. Before Kaiser could react, a voice full of ridicule floated into his ears from behind. Behind? Wait. There's someone behind me. How did he, although he didn't know when the enemy had circled around to the back, Kaiser made a prompt decision and pounced forward. He quickly opened up a distance. Logically speaking, this prompt decision was enough to deal with most attacks. Unfortunately, the opponent seemed to have already prepared for this. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Kaiser rushed forward, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, he felt a chill on his thigh, followed by a bone-piercing pain. Ugh! This is... Under the dim moonlight, Kaiser, who struggled to get up from the ground, looked down and realized that a military knife with a serrated edge had pierced deeply into his thigh. This military knife pierced so deeply that it directly pierced through the front of his thigh and came out from the back. Coupled with the unique serrated structure, it felt like a huge poisonous thorn was stuck in the area of the knife, and he couldn't pull it out. What made Kaiser's heart go cold was that the young man who just threw the military knife and completely deprived him of his ability to move, was now aiming a pistol at him. It's over, it's all over. His body was severely injured in the car accident, and his thigh was destroyed by a knife. The current Kaiser had no way of dealing with a pistol. Therefore, he could only bitterly smile and said to the young man, "You win, but before you kill me, can you let me know?" Originally, Kaiser wanted to say, "Can you let me know how I fell?" At least he would die with an understanding of the situation. Okay, no problem. Halfway through the sentence, the young man with the gun, Ryuto, smiled and replied while putting down the gun in his hand. No way. This guy is really that easy to talk to. If this is the case, I can. But just as Kaiser's face showed a hopeful expression, a baseball bat smashed into the back of his head from behind, knocking him to the ground on the spot. Don't worry, trash, before I kill you, I will not only let you know how you fell, but I will also make you regret being born. After putting away the gun in his hand, Ryuto snorted at Kaiser on the ground. He looked at him as if he was looking at a pile of unrecyclable garbage. Chapter 115. Wait. Narukai, you hit him so hard, don't tell me you killed him. Seeing Kaiser fall to the ground with blood flowing out from the back of his head like a fountain, Ryudo couldn't help but show a puzzled expression to the subordinate who hit him. In fact, when Kaiser's car was smashed, Ryudo also raised his gun and aimed at him. Another member of the Rulon group also quietly came over, and that was Narukai Otani, who parked the car not far away. While Kaiser's attention was focused on Ryudo, Narukai picked up the bat and gave him a righteous sneak attack, knocking down the assassin on the spot. After knocking out Kaiser, Narukai said confidently, "Don't worry, boss, I know my limits. He probably won't die. At most, he will become a vegetable. You're probably, and at most, really make me feel very gratified. Next time, please use your brain, idiot. If he becomes a vegetable, I will send you to take care of him for a lifetime." "Huh? No way." "Yes, so help him stop the bleeding now, otherwise, it will be your job to take care of this grandson every day." Hearing his boss's words, Ming Hai hurriedly helped Kaijua, who had fainted on the ground, up. He hurriedly took out a band-aid from his pocket and placed it on the wound on the back of Kaijua's head. "Are you kidding me? What can a band-aid do?" Or maybe he was afraid that Narukai's treatment of the wound would make it worse. Ryudo quickly helped carry Kaiser into the car and instructed Narukai to drive to the secret doctor of Kamidachi. Although it was late at night, the car accident caused here not long ago had attracted the surrounding residents, and some even called the police. However, there was no need for Ryudo to worry about this kind of thing. As the pilot, Kawaki Nan would take care of it. At most, he would be imprisoned for a few months. It wasn't like he hadn't been imprisoned before. Speaking of which, Mr. Crow actually liked prison. The inmates there had nice words and big buttocks. Every time Mr. Crow went in, it was like going home. If he brought his brother and manhood along, it would be even more fun. But no matter what, Kaiser, the assassin who came to assassinate Ryudo tonight, had been successfully arrested. It would be much easier to investigate the employer behind him. On the way to the secret doctor, Ryudo took a picture of Kaiser's corpse and sent it to Sensible's phone. That way, he would be able to help Sensible find out more about this guy's identity and employer. Not long after, the car returned to Kamishitachi and drove towards a dilapidated alley where no one usually came and went. For the members of Kyoto who were often injured, on the one hand, they did not dare to go to a regular hospital for treatment. On the other hand, there was a need for treatment, so the industry of secret doctor was born. But don't think that the name secret doctor sounded bad *SS. In fact, to put it bluntly, they were just a group of unlicensed doctors. Some of them didn't even know whether they studied medicine or not. For example, the secret doctor who often treated Narukai at this time was actually selling pork. That's right, when Ryudo saw Narukai carrying the half-dead Kaiser into this pork shop on the road to the underworld, he was stunned. The most shocking thing was that the person who came out to greet them was a shirtless man wearing an apron and rain boots that the owner of the pork stall often wore. His body was stained with blood, but he wore a mask and rubber gloves as if it was natural. "Boss, don't think that this place is trash, but Dr. Wu Zhang's skill is quite good. He has saved hundreds of brothers." When he followed the unlicensed doctor to carry Kaiser into the pork shop, Narukai proudly turned his head and introduced him to Ryudo. "What about the brothers that were not saved?" "It seems to be about the same number, but among the secret doctors, he is the one with the highest success rate, more than 50%. If something happens to me in the future, and you dare to bring me here, I won't let you go even if I die." Looking around at the pig blood, pig meat, and pig offal everywhere, and the smell of pig stench wafted in the air, Ryudo couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. But Narukai didn't lie. Although Dr. Wu Jing looked more like he was cutting pork than human flesh, he quickly stopped Kaiser's bleeding. After checking that there were no major problems, he picked up the bottle of sleeping pills. Speaking of which, should I take 2 or 5 pills? Forget it, whatever. Under Long Do's dumbfounded gaze, Dr. Wu Jing casually poured out a few sleeping pills and stuffed them into Kai Zhua's mouth. Then, he found a few ropes and tied Kai Zhua to the emergency table with a tortoise shell. Then, he held a cigarette in his mouth and walked to the side to watch the movie. For a moment, the small room was filled with demons. The smell of smoke and pig stench flew together. In between, there was also the smell of disinfectant and alcohol. It was really unforgettable. When Ryudo and Narukai left with Kaiser, who was tied up tightly by the tortoiseshell and overdosed, and paid Dr. Wu Jing a large sum of money, it was already 2:00 in the morning. Because there was still no news from Sensible, Ryudo went home to rest. At the same time, he asked Narukai to watch over the killer and not give him a chance to escape. Just like that, Long Do finally laid down on the soft bed, and the magnificent night finally came to an end. From last night to this morning, Long Do felt like a century had passed. During this time, he encountered some good things, such as Senior Sister Yun Yen, Senior Sister Yun Yen, Senior Sister Yun Yen, and so on. Perhaps because he was too tired, Ryudo almost fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. In the dream, he saw Yun Yen lying next to him in a very cool nightgown. At the same time, she turned sideways and smiled at him. Yun Yen. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Just as Ryudo instinctively wanted to hug her, his cell phone rang at an inappropriate time. Ryudo picked up the phone with a face of resentment. The time shown on it was 7:05. The person who called was Sensible Goro. Hello. Did you find any clues? Because his intimacy with Yun Yen was disturbed, Ryudo's tone was obviously a little upset. However, Sensible on the other side of the phone obviously didn't have time to care about this. He said in an anxious tone, "Not good, boss, something big happened this time." Sensible was usually a very calm person. Since he thought it was something big, then the trouble this time was definitely not small. So Ryudo also woke up and asked seriously, "What's the matter?" "It's not convenient to talk about it on the phone. Come to the company quickly. Let's meet here." The company, Sensible said, was naturally the Rulong Security Company, that was now in operation and had received the first business. Sensible personally arranged many security devices there, and there were special personnel patrolling day and night. It could be said to be a quite safe place to talk. Chapter 116. After a period of construction and renovation, Zhang Xian's house had been built and renovated. Today's Rulong Security Company was no longer the same as the previous BlackBerry Finance. With the help of the first startup fund contributed by Gao Yuan, he had booked the entire floor of the office building and planned it in an orderly manner. What rooms should be done, what should be done, and who should be done. All the work was in order and quite orderly. Therefore, when Ryudo stepped into the floor where the Rulong Security Company was located, the Rulong Group member in a black suit, sunglasses, and crew cut stood at the door to welcome and guard the guest. He immediately bowed to him. According to Gao Yuan, there were more than 100 security guards in the Rulong Security Company, and most of them were still receiving professional training from professional instructors in the suburban base. However, judging from the way these security guards were all wearing black suits and sunglasses, it would probably be difficult for the instructor to recognize them. After a while, Ryudo saw Sensible in the manager's office. At this time, he had big dark circles under his eyes, and he was looking down at the information in his hand. Originally, Ryudo was a little annoyed that Sensible interrupted his intimacy with Yun Yen, but when he saw his dark circles, he knew that Sensible probably stayed up all night. He was admirable. "How is it, are you okay?" Ryuto handed over the instant coffee he bought downstairs and said to Sensible, who was sitting behind the desk. "Not so good." Sensible shook his head and smiled bitterly, "But compared to this incident, my situation can't be better." "Is it that scary?" "Who is that guy named Kaiser?" "Well, to put it simply, he is a member of an organization called Executor." When the word executor was mentioned, Sensible's body seemed to tremble slightly, and Ryuto also noticed this small detail. Executor. Although Ryuto had never heard of the organization Sensible mentioned, it was not difficult to guess what kind of guys they were from the name. Organization, the so-called professional assassin group. Yes, but it's not an ordinary professional assassin group, but a group of very famous monsters in the industry. I have fought with them several times, and I almost died in their hands. What? When he heard Sensible's words, Ryuto couldn't help but frown. Sensible's profession was a network detective, and he often dealt with various cases that couldn't be handled through normal means. Therefore, it was natural that he would have entanglement with the executor. But according to Ryuto's knowledge, Sensible never exposed his true identity. How did the executors almost kill him? Could it be that he could follow the cable to beat him up? Sigh, not to mention, it's possible. A year ago, I was investigating a murder case by the executor, and when I was about to catch their tail, I was suddenly tracked on the internet, and they almost found my address. Although a year had passed, Sensible still felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the accident that almost took his life. With the means of the executioner, if they really found Wise's address, it would be a disaster. Sensible would be finished even if he lived in the Metropolitan Police Department every day. After all, the group of assassins even successfully assassinated a country's president. The Metropolitan Police Department was not much more complicated than a walk in the garden. In addition to the glorious deeds of assassinating the president, this group of people also had countless, successful cases, in the past. It could be said that they had a lot of achievements and good service. According to my investigation, there are a total of 5 core members of the executor. The guy you met named Kaiser is the codename number 5. So that's how it is. He has some skills. When thinking of Kaiser, Ryuto remembered the sudden assassination last night. If he didn't have the resurrection backtracking system, then Kaiser's assassination would have been 100% successful. And the most important thing was that such a powerful professional assassin was only the number 5 in the organization, and there were 4 stronger monsters in front of him. From the employer's point of view, the executor was indeed an expert in the assassination world and was very trustworthy. However, although he figured out the identity of Kaiser, there was still a problem that Ryuto urgently needed to know. That was, he needed to know which bastard had hired the executor to cause trouble for him. About Kaiser's employer, I have a rough idea. In short, you should take a look at this video. Having said that, Sensible turned the computer screen on the desktop and played the surveillance video that made him want to vomit. This is the internal surveillance video of the Tokyo Empire Hotel at noon yesterday. I stole it from their database. The Tokyo Empire Hotel was a well-known 5-star hotel in the Tokyo area. The protective facilities inside were naturally extremely strict, but in the eyes of Sensible, it was like a toilet in his house that he could enter whenever he wanted. In the video, a very quaint old car was parked in the underground parking lot as if no one was around, and a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman walked down from the car. This guy is Kaiser. Although the appearance was no longer the same, because he had seen Kaiser with his own eyes, Ryuto could tell from his figure and walking posture that this was the number 5 assassin of the executor. Kaiser came to this hotel at noon yesterday, but not to check in, because he walked directly to the executive VIP room on the top floor. Because it was impossible for there to be any surveillance cameras in the executive VIP lounge, Mingji couldn't see who was contacting him and what they were talking about inside. However, as Sensible moved the time of this video forward, the the first person who walked into this VIP room was clear at a glance. It was two men, one old and one young. The old one looked about 50 years old. He looked decent, but his eyes were full of cunning and insidious. Obviously, he wasn't a good person. The young man next to him was somewhat similar to him in appearance. Although he looked only in his early 20s, his face was pale. He was even a little breathless after walking a few steps. He seemed to be a prodigal son who was hollowed out by wine and women. These two guys are, it's them. After seeing the two bastards, Ryuto's eyes changed quickly, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. After noticing the change in Ryuto, Sensible smiled bitterly. I don't think I need to introduce them to you, right? You should know them. Of course I know them. Kamishiro Yoshiyuki and Kanzaki Filial Piety, it's these two bastards. Then I probably know what's going on. When mentioning these two names that had been spurned by players for a long time in Red Album 2, No Survivors, Ryuto raised the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of murderous intent. Chapter 117. The Kamiyoshi clan was a traditional Shinto family. Their activities for generations were centered around the succession of the Seijo. Therefore, every generation of the clan had to leave behind multiple heirs to ensure that there were enough females to inherit the throne. This was to avoid the awkward situation of having no heirs. And in the generation above Colored Glaze, other than her mother Kaneshiro Ruehue and her aunt Kaneshiro Jingyan, there was also an uncle. That uncle was the man in the video named Kamishiro Yoshiyuki. How to describe Kamishiro Yoshiyuki? He couldn't do anything, but he was very good at using his family's name to cause trouble. To put it simply, he was a parasite and a sh*t stirrer. He was designed to be scolded. Seiji used the name of the Kanzaki family to hang out with a bunch of nobles and officials. He ate, took, and pocketed. On the surface, he pretended to be a good and righteous person, but behind his back, he had done all sorts of dirty things. However, the most amazing thing about Yoshiyuki was that he gave birth to a son named Filial Piety. Filial Piety wasn't as cunning as his father. This guy liked beauties, especially beauties that he couldn't control. For example, Tenmo Iam. In the game, from the first time he saw Iam, Filial Piety was attracted by her beauty and charm. He became a chess piece arranged by Iam in the Tenmu group. Even in the later stages of the game, not only did Filial Piety give his father Yoshiyuki and a bunch of Kamiyoshi's secrets to Iam, Sama, but he also saw his father being eaten alive by a bunch of wolves and dogs. He became a filial son in the modern world. Of course, Yoshiyuki was also very loyal. Before this, he had already sold Kamiyoshi's confidential documents to another company. This betrayal directly turned all the confidential documents that Filial Piety sent out into a pile of waste paper. This caused the angry Iam to throw the filial son and the waste paper into the incinerator and burn them clean. Yoshiyuki was unrighteous, Filial Piety was unfilial, the father screwed the son screwed the father. This was probably the life of this brainless father and son. However, what Ryuto didn't expect was that this brainless father and son would appear so early. Moreover, it seemed like they were the ones who caused him to be assassinated by the executors. Holy sh*t, it was you two planting people who found people to deal with me. What a Kamiyoshi. Thinking of this, Ryuto couldn't help but gritted his teeth. On the surface, Ryuto and Kamiyoshi didn't seem to have a deep hatred, but in fact, it wasn't that there wasn't. After all, Ryuto had been publicly pursuing Colored Glaze before. He was even warned by Kamiyoshi, but he still did what he wanted. Especially recently, not only did Ryuto kidnap Colored Glaze, but he also caused a big disturbance at the school gate with Colored Glaze, Yunyen, and Dunya. Although the kidnapping case had been suppressed by Colored Glaze as much as possible, some kind of news probably reached the ears of Kamiyoshi's higher-ups, so they decided to deal with Ryudo. After all, the only female of suitable age in Kamiyoshi was Colored Glaze. This young lady couldn't be bullied no matter what. Otherwise, the inheritance of the vegetarian king would be broken, and the consequences would be unimaginable. But even so, since the other party came to Ryudo, he didn't need to be polite with the father and son. He still had to get back some face. Sensible, give me a copy of this video. I want to take it with me. I already expected you to say this. It's in this tablet. As soon as Ryudo's voice fell, Sensible had already quickly taken out a tablet from the table and handed it over. So considerate. If only you were a woman, you would definitely become one of the most popular female leads. F***ck off. I have to catch up on my sleep. I didn't sleep well last night because of you. After leaving behind a sentence that could easily be misunderstood, Sensible laid down his chair and made a decision to skip today's class. Why does this guy sound so arrogant? Forget it. Next, I'll go find Colored Glaze to inquire about it. After leaving the office with the tablet containing the evidence, Ryudo's mind suddenly appeared that graceful figure. This incident unexpectedly had nothing to do with the Heavenly Eye group. Instead, it involved a pair of trash father and son in Kamiyoshi. But no matter how trash the unfilial father and son were, they were still Kamiyoshi's people. Ryudo had to figure out Colored Glaze's attitude. Although in the original work, Colored Glaze didn't seem to have a good attitude towards the unfilial and unfilial. It felt like she was looking at them as trash, or rather, she didn't even look at them. She shouldn't have any opinions about Ryudo wanting to deal with them, right? However, just as Ryudo got into the car driven by another driver and was about to drive to the school, an unexpected message was sent to his phone. The sender's name was First Wife. He didn't need to look to know who sent it. However, compared to senior sister Yun Yen, who often sent messages, Luli didn't send that many messages. Most of the time, Long Do took the initiative to send her messages. See you at lunch, I have something to tell you. What is this? Riddler. This is. After seeing Colored Glaze's message, Ryudo couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he didn't need to wait until noon to know what Colored Glaze wanted to say. It should be that Colored Glaze somehow knew that someone in Kamiyoshi was preparing to deal with Ryudo, so she wanted to warn him in advance. It was a pity that Lu Li's hint came too late. This person had already died once before you told me that someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. Why didn't you wait for me to turn into ashes and burn this hint to me at my grave? But no matter what, although Colored Glaze knew a little late, she immediately told Ryudo after knowing this, which meant that Colored Glaze still had him in her heart. Even if it was her own family that wanted to deal with Ryudo, Colored Glaze still stood by Ryudo's side. After all, for Colored Glaze, Ryudo was her only partner, the only partner that could help her escape. So during lunch break, in the familiar school garden, Colored Glaze sat quietly on a blanket while drinking tea sternly, waiting for Ryudo's arrival. Not long after, Ryudo yawned and arrived, sitting across from Colored Glaze. After sitting down, he reached for his chopsticks, skillfully opened the lunchbox and put a big mouthful of food into his mouth, then smiled and said, "Miss, actually, if you want a date, it doesn't have to be at noon, I can also go find you in the morning." Date? Who wants to go on a date with you? After hearing Ryudo's words, Colored Glaze's forehead couldn't help but reveal two black lines. Then may I ask, if a young girl asks a young man who is interested in her for lunch at noon, if this isn't a date, then what is? An affair. Seeing that Ryudo's words were getting more and more out of hand, Colored Glaze couldn't help but say angrily, "You glib tongue. Do you know what's going to happen soon?" "I know," someone in your family wants to deal with me, and then. In front of Colored Glaze, Ryuto picked up a fried shrimp and threw it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he felt that the taste was bland, so he took out his own chili sauce and poured it over it. But at this time, Colored Glaze's expression became more and more serious, as if she suddenly understood the meaning behind Ryuto's words. Chapter 118. After all, from Ryuto's words, it wasn't difficult for Colored Glaze to deduce that Kamiyoshi's people had already come looking for trouble with him. What happened yesterday? Are you alright? I can eat and sleep, but I'm short on money. I also have an unlucky assassin on my hands, and I'm having a headache about who to hand over to. Saying this, Ryuto smiled and winked at Colored Glaze, clearly hinting at something. Assassin. Even assassins had to be used. Hearing this word, Luli couldn't help but grit her teeth. Her originally cold face became even colder, as if it was covered in frost, chilling her to the bone. After that, Ryuto took out the tablet that Sensible had given him and played the surveillance video for Colored Glaze to see. Seeing the Kanzaki father and son walking towards the executive VIP lounge, followed by Kaiser disguised as an assassin, Colored Glaze's face darkened. But she still immediately asked, "What's the assassin's background? Is he still alive?" "He's a well-known assassin who says he's an executor. He's still alive, but, take me there immediately, I want to see him." Before Ryuto could finish speaking, Colored Glaze suddenly stood up and walked towards the school gate without looking back. Oh ho ho ho, it seems that the young mistress is really angry. When he felt the anger emanating from Colored Glaze's body, even Ryuto was shocked by her. Usually, Colored Glaze gave people the feeling that she wouldn't bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Therefore, when she really showed her anger, it was no longer a joke. Bastards! That useless father and son actually dared to do such a thing. Seeing Colored Glaze walk faster and faster in anger, Ryuto and Dancing Costume hurriedly followed behind. When they arrived in front of the school gate, the guard sitting in the guard room saw Natsuya walking straight towards them, so he hurriedly walked out and asked, Kanzaki-san, open the door, I want to go out. Yes. Yes. After being swept by Colored Glaze's sharp gaze, the guard couldn't help but shudder. He hurriedly ran back to the guard room and pressed the button to open the school gate. Logically speaking, Dori No. 1 High School didn't allow students to leave during lunch break. However, it was evident that the guards didn't dare to stop the Kanzaki scion in her current state. However, it wasn't that the guards were incompetent. It was just that the Colored Glaze gave off a terrifying vibe. It was as if she could pull out a hatchet and chop people into pieces at any time. Seeing this scene, the girl in Dancing Costume couldn't help but ask Ryuto, "You? What did you just say to Miss? You made her so angry." "Nothing much, just a small matter." "Yep, a small family matter." As if he was frightened by Colored Glaze, Ryuto felt a little scared when he spoke. After all, before this, he never thought that Natsuya would be so angry that it felt like she was going to kill someone. After being taken to Kamiyoshi's car, Dancing Costume drove them to the Rulon Group headquarters. Although Colored Glaze and Ryuto were sitting very close to each other in the back seat, the atmosphere was freezing cold. In order to alleviate this atmosphere, Ryuto forced a smile and said to Colored Glaze, "Cough cough, actually, you don't have to be so angry. If anyone is angry, it should be me, right? After all, I'm the one who was assassinated." "What are you saying?" It would have been better if Ryuto didn't say it. Once he said it, Colored Glaze's almond-shaped eyes widened and she said angrily, "You're my man. What's the difference between killing my man and slapping my face?" Cough cough. Seeming to realize that what she said was not right, Colored Glaze paused midway and continued, "You're my most important partner, so your life and death is related to my vital interests. Killing you is harming my interests, do you understand?" "Oh, don't tell me," she said what was on her mind. Seeing Colored Glaze turn her head with an angry and annoyed look, Ryuto secretly smiled and looked at Dancing Costume, who was glaring at him through the rearview mirror. "You're sitting too close, stay away from Miss." At this time, Dancing Costume warned Ryuto with a look in the rearview mirror. After all, the distance between Ryuto and Colored Glaze was almost knee to knee. Kamiyoshi's car was very spacious, but the two of them had to sit so close to each other, which made Dancing Costume feel very anxious. After feeling Dancing Costume's anger, Ryuto tactfully nodded. Then, he squeezed towards Lioli, intentionally or unintentionally. He pressed his leg against her slender calf, which was wearing black pantyhose. Because Colored Glaze's mind was on this important matter, she actually ignored Ryuto, who was getting closer and closer. "Oh. So that's how it is. Colored Glaze is like when she's deep in thought, she doesn't even react when I touch her. Not bad, tights actually have this kind of feeling, silky and soft, what a great invention." When Long Do realized this, he revealed a delighted smile, and at the same time, Wu Yi was almost angered to death. Good fellow, he actually dared to take advantage of eldest Miss. Seeing Ryuto and Miss sitting shoulder to shoulder and leg to leg, Dancing Costume's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But fortunately, the distance from Dori First High to Rulon Group HQ was only a short distance, so Dancing Costume didn't have to suffer for too long. After arriving at their destination, the two of them followed Ryuto to a basement. This basement was specially used by Rulon Group to hold hostages. Kaiser, who was captured early in the morning, was naturally detained here. And the one responsible for looking after Kaiser was naturally Ryuto's right-hand man, the man who died last night, Narukai Otani. At this time, he was sitting on Kaijua's head leisurely with a cigar in his mouth and a magazine called Flower Boar in his hands. That's right, Narukai was sitting on top of Kaiser's head, who was in a tortoiseshell state, reading a magazine. His firm butt was pressing down on Kaiser to the point that he almost couldn't breathe, and there were even signs of him foaming at the mouth. "Yo, second-generation head, you're here." Seeing Ryuto bring Colored Glaze to the basement, Narukai quickly pressed the cigar on Kaiser's handsome face, stood up, and greeted them. Whoa. Kaiser, who was burned by the cigarette, tried to struggle weakly, but his hands and feet were firmly tied and his weak body didn't allow him to resist. Narukai was a professional when it came to looking after prisoners. He was very good at making people half dead, but not dead on the spot, to prevent the prisoner from escaping. But at this time, Ryuto just waved his hand to let Narukai push him away, and then made an inviting gesture to Colored Glaze. Then, Colored Glaze quickly walked to Kaiser's side and suddenly put her phone in front of him. Colored Glaze's phone showed 3 photos side by side. They were of a young man, an old man, and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was her uncle, Kamishiro Yoshiyuki. This is not good. Just when he instinctively looked at the photo of his employer, Kamishiro Yoshiyuki, the dizzy Kaiser finally realized what stupid thing he had done. The first reaction of humans when they saw a photo was to look at something they had seen before. Kaiser instinctively looked at Yoshiyuki, which confirmed the fact that he had seen this middle-aged man before. If it was only a surveillance video, it couldn't completely prove that the killer and Yoshiyuki had contact. After all, the video could be faked, but it was difficult to fake a person's instinctive reaction. Combined with the previous video and the information obtained by Colored Glaze, this was conclusive evidence. It could be executed. Chapter 119. So in the next second, Colored Glaze took back her phone and sneered, so it was that guy who hired you. Dancing costume, take him, let's go. Go. Miss, where do you plan to go? Let's go to the full body club where the playboy often stays. I have a score to settle with the father and son. Lowering her head to look at Kaijua, who was tied to the table and tortured to the point that he looked neither like a human nor a ghost, Lu Li's gaze was incomparably cold, as if this guy was already a dead man. For Ryuto, he naturally hadn't heard of the full body club, but in the world of Tokyo's rich, this was a pretty good place to go. As a top private club where Tokyo's rich gathered, the full body club gave people the first impression of its graceful, classical, and grand style. In Ryuto's understanding, such a rich club should be quite debauched, quite dazzling, and full of poor taste nouveau riche gold. However, when Ryuto followed colored glaze and dancing costume into the club's door, what appeared in front of him was a very tasteful decoration and furnishings. The surrounding wallpaper was dark blue velvet, the window curtains were dark red hand-sewn peacock feathers, and the decorative oval mirrors exuded a classical Victorian flavor. The handmade carpet on the floor was elegant but not cumbersome. Under the faint illumination of the light, it made people's eyes brighten. The surrounding well-dressed receptionists raised the atmosphere of the place to the extreme. The receptionists at the door seemed to recognize colored glaze, and hurriedly came over to greet them, but colored glaze just asked them to leave, so as not to get in the way. Because the Kamiyoshi clan had several fixed suites in this club. Colored glaze obviously already knew where her cousin was, so she went straight in that direction. After arriving at the door of the VIP entertainment room with the words, "Between the chrysanthemums," colored glaze took a deep breath, raised her slender right leg in black pantyhose and kicked the door. Bang! The thick door made a slight noise. Then, Lioli held her numb little feet and jumped back 2 steps in a sorry state. This was of course the result, after all, with her pitiful LV1 physique, it would be strange if she could kick open such a thick door. Pfft! So much so that when Longdo saw this funny scene, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Come here, kick it open for me. After hearing the laughter, colored glaze slightly blushed, pointed at the smelly door that hurt her right leg, indicating someone to do something. Yes, your highness who likes to kick the door. Longdo, on the other hand, pretended to bow to Luli, holding back his laughter. He walked to the thick door and kicked it out with all his might. Boom! With this kick, the thick door of the VIP room flew backwards and fell on the carpet 3 meters away, making a dull thud. Who is it? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Just as colored glaze valiantly walked through the door, a very unpleasant roar came from inside. This roar seemed to want to show off its power, but it gave off a feeling of powerlessness. After entering the VIP room, what appeared in front of them was an extremely spacious and luxuriously decorated room. Not only was there a full set of home theater, billiard table, small bar and other common facilities, but there were also some things that Ryuto couldn't recognize mixed in, such as whips, candles, small leather vests and so on. Of course, in addition to these entertainment facilities, the most abundant thing in this room was of course all kinds of beauties. Black, white, yellow, cute, mature and pure, some wearing nurse uniforms, some wearing maid dresses, and some wearing professional attire. In any case, there were at least 10 beauties in this room, and there were all kinds of beauties. And in the middle of these beauties and a table full of fine wine and delicacies, the filial piety Kanzaki that Ryuto had seen in the surveillance video was wearing a flashy white suit and looking at the door with a surprised expression. Filial piety Kanzaki. In terms of blood relations, he was colored glaze's cousin, and was also one of the main culprits who had hired people to assassinate Ryuto. Originally, when he realized that the door to his VIP room had been kicked open, this young Master Kanzaki immediately jumped up with a furious expression and was prepared to teach the person who kicked open the door a lesson. But who knew that when he raised his head and looked over, he just happened to see Colored Glaze's familiar yet terrifying face, and he immediately withered like a frosted eggplant. At this time, a few of the women who had been summoned to serve filial piety Kanzaki looked at Colored Glaze and asked, "Annoying, young Master Kanzaki, this woman is, scram." But before they could finish, Colored Glaze coldly spat out a single word, and then glanced at the group of women with a fierce and hawk-like gaze. When Colored Glaze's gaze landed on them, the group of women who had been in a state of high spirits immediately trembled, and they didn't care that they hadn't taken their money yet, and quickly ran out of the VIP room as if they were fleeing for their lives, and the last one even closed the door behind her. No. Not good, these guys are here for revenge. When Colored Glaze, Ryudo, and Dancing Costume who was carrying a body bag walked in, filial piety Kanzaki immediately woke up from the small amount of alcohol he had just drunk, and he quickly reached for the phone in his pocket. After all, filial piety Kanzaki and his old man had just arranged for people to assassinate the legendary Extreme Dao young master who had an affair with Colored Glaze. But today, this adulterous couple directly came knocking on his door, and even an idiot would know what was going to happen next. But just as filial piety Kanzaki took out his phone and was about to call his old man, a slightly rough hand grabbed his skinny wrist with lightning speed. Crack! With a fierce force from the hand, filial piety Kanzaki's wrist was broken like a popsicle, and it hung down at a strange angle, and a sharp pain immediately surged into his heart. Ugh! Aw! Slap! Don't be so noisy, if you shout I'll slap you, if you shout again I'll slap you again. Seeing that filial piety Kanzaki was about to scream in pain, Ryudo quickly slapped him, and he could only roll around on the sofa like a worm. No. Not good. This guy is serious. He wants to kill me. Although filial piety Kanzaki was a member of the Kamiyoshi clan, he was just a hedonistic son of a rich family. When had he ever met such a top-level hoodlum who attacked him without warning? Thus, filial piety Kanzaki hurriedly scrambled to Colored Glaze's side like a frightened chicken, and cried to the cold-faced lady, "Lou. Colored Glaze Kanzaki, we're still family, you won't just watch this outsider beat me up, right?" "Well, of course I won't just watch." Colored Glaze revealed a sinister smile and said to Ryudo, "You've gone too far. How could you slap someone with your hand?" "Exactly. He slapped me until my face was crooked. Cousin Colored Glaze, you have to help me. Won't your palm hurt if you slap it with your hand? Isn't it great to use this thing?" Before filial piety could react, Colored Glaze picked up a wine bottle from the table beside her and smashed it on his face. Chapter 120. On TV or in movies, almost everyone has seen the spectacular scene of someone randomly picking up a wine bottle and smashing it on someone's head. Then, with a bang sound, the glass and wine spilled all over the floor. However, in reality, the wine bottles used in movies were basically made of syrup, so the texture was very light and brittle, and would break at the slightest touch. A real wine bottle, especially a decent one, wouldn't shatter so easily when smashed on the head. Bang! Therefore, when Colored Glaze picked up the wine bottle and smashed it on filial piety's head, the latter fell to the ground, seeing stars. However, the wine bottle in Colored Glaze's hand was completely fine. Suddenly, Colored Glaze looked at the wine bottle in her hand in confusion, as if wondering why this thing did not break. "It should be because I smashed it at the wrong angle. Will it break like this?" Bang! Before he finished speaking, Colored Glaze grabbed the mouth of the bottle with both hands and smashed it on filial piety's knee. "Ah! My knee! It didn't break, I don't believe it. How can the quality of this wine bottle be so good?" Bang! 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 Under Ryudo's helpless gaze, Colored Glaze picked up the bottle and smashed it in a series of random smashes. Her actions made people think that she was playing a drum set. When Filial Piety was smashed to the ground and rolled, Ryuto finally could not stand it anymore. He quickly shouted, "Cut! No, no, you can't do it like this, you're not professional enough." Then, he came to Colored Glaze and reached out to hold her jade-like hand. He said seriously, "There's something wrong with the way you're smashing. First, relax your wrist and hold it gently. Like this. That's right, leave a little space between your palm and the bottle. When you raise one hand, raise it above your head. When you swing it down, use force from your shoulder. Imagine that your arm is a whip and it feels like you're whipping the bottle." As Ryuto spoke, he reached out from behind to help Colored Glaze adjust the posture of her arm and elbow. However, at this time, the two's bodies were almost pressed together, and this posture, with one in front and one behind, was quite similar to when the Titan and Nick stood at the bow of the Jack Ruth. Of course, compared to this romantic scene, what they were about to do next was not so romantic. After Colored Glaze got into the correct posture of smashing someone with the bottle, Ryuto went over to help Filial Piety on the ground and pulled him in front of Colored Glaze. "Stand properly, bend your back, and lower your head slightly." "Aw. What are you yelling for? Hurry up and stand still. Don't move when the bottle comes crashing down. Like this. That's right. If you move, I'll break all 5 of your fingers, starting from the joints. I guarantee that you'll feel so much pain that you'll want to commit suicide on the spot." Yes. Yes. With Ryuto's kind help, Filial Piety finally stood in front of Colored Glaze, trembling as he waited for the bottle to hit him. Why? Do I have to stand there obediently and let someone hit my head with a bottle? In an instant, Filial Piety had a huge doubt in his heart. But after all, the situation was stronger than the person. Filial Piety did not have any room to resist and could only silently wait for reinforcements to arrive. Looking at his frightened appearance, he was like an extra who had just entered the set and was asked by the director to act as a Suicide Squad extra. The most disturbing thing was that the person who was acting with him was not using a prop bottle, but a real one. When the two were ready, Ryuto picked up a roll of newspaper from the side and raised it to his mouth. After coughing, he shouted to Colored Glaze, "Cough cough, the world is ready, countdown, 3, 2, 1. Smash! Bang!" As Colored Glaze followed the instructions and smashed the bottle on Filial Piety's head, the crisp sound of a congratulatory gift finally rang out. When Filial Piety fell to the ground holding his head, Ryuto could not help but give a thumbs up to Colored Glaze and laughed. "Not bad, you have a talent for learning how to smash a head with a bottle. Have you considered becoming an extreme in the future?" "No way, humph." After successfully achieving a breakthrough in acting, Colored Glaze's face revealed a trace of joy, but she still proudly turned her head away. However, after the series of farce just now, Dancing Costume, who was watching all of this from the back, was completely dumbfounded. So it was possible to bully someone to this extent. Was it okay to use someone as a practice tool to smash a head with a bottle? Although Ryuto and Colored Glaze were having a lot of fun, to Filial Piety, who was being treated like a toy, those few minutes just now were the ultimate torture. It had to be said that Ryuto was quite talented at torturing people, and of course, Colored Glaze was the same. Even now, Ryuto could still remember the scene where she took a taser and madly pressed it on Yamamoto's body, electrocuting him to the point that he emitted a burnt smell. At this time, Colored Glaze, who had calmed down, said to Dancing Costume, "Very good, I've had enough fun. Carry that guy over." Torturing the little bastard Filial Piety Kanzaki was indeed quite relaxing, but if they didn't finish things quickly, that old bastard Kamishiro Yoshiyuki would be rushing over in a fit of anger. Although colored glaze could suppress her cousin filial piety, who was of the same generation, she couldn't suppress her uncle Yoshiyuki, who was twice as powerful. Thus, if they wanted to completely deal with that bastard father and son, it wouldn't be enough to just rely on their fists and reason. They had to use some special methods. Thump. Dancing costume tossed the large, body bag that she had carried in earlier to filial piety's side. What? What is this? Because of the performance of smashing a head with a bottle, filial piety's head was still a little dizzy. But before he could finish wondering, Ryudo pulled out a shiny knife out of nowhere and stuffed it into filial piety's hand. Come, listen to me. Now, hold this knife tightly. After hearing Ryudo's gentle persuasion, filial piety couldn't help but tighten his grip on the knife and instinctively asked, Then what? After the lesson of smashing a head, filial piety was almost scared out of his wits. He no longer dared to resist Ryudo and colored glaze's orders. He was like a dog that had been quickly trained. Then, I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and you'll stab the thing in your hand into this bag. Are you okay? Ryudo pointed at the large bag that had just been tossed to the side. He took out his cell phone and pointed it at filial piety as he slowly backed away, acting like a great director. I'm 3, 2, 1. Do it. If filial piety thought about it carefully, he would feel that this kind of thing should not be done recklessly. But after being yelled at by Ryudo, his body instinctively trembled, as if he remembered the fear of being smashed in the head by a beer bottle. Under the influence of fear, filial piety frantically took the thing in his hand and stabbed it into the bag. The moment he stabbed it, the thing in the bag seemed to struggle slightly, but it immediately stopped moving. What did I do? While filial piety was trembling from what he had just done, Ryudo walked over and opened the zipper of the bag. The zipper was unzipped, and a handsome face that should have been quite handsome but was now suffused with a dark aura was revealed. The moment he saw this face, filial piety was dumbfounded. Isn't this the assassin that he met with his father yesterday? The executor, Kaiser. Chapter 121. Although the Kaiser he saw yesterday was in disguise, filial piety could probably recognize him from his dazzling blonde hair and facial features. Of course, it wasn't a big deal that an assassin fell out of the bag. The real problem was that the assassin seemed to be dead, and was killed by filial piety himself. At this moment, the knife that filial piety just stabbed was still in front of Kaiser's chest. Although it didn't stab into the heart, this stab was enough to kill the already weakened assassin on the spot. Dang 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 dang, congratulations to young Master Filial Piety for completing the solo kill executor assassin achievement. In the next moment, Ryudo used his mouth to simulate a congratulatory message from the game. At the same time, he put the video he just shot in front of Filial Piety. In the video, Filial Piety had a strange smile on his face as he stabbed the bag below with the knife. Then, the bag was pulled open, revealing Kai's easily recognizable face. The whole process was very clear and smooth. It could be said that it perfectly showed how the young master of Kamiyoshi killed the executor assassin with one stab. What did this video mean? Even if Filial Piety was stupid, he could immediately understand. I killed the executor. It can't be. Suddenly, Filial Piety's body began to tremble violently. After all, based on his understanding of the executor, if the video fell into their hands, it wouldn't be enough even if he died 100 times. Thus, this playboy suddenly jumped up crazily. With a red face, he rushed towards the phone in Ryudo's hand. Snatch it. Delete the video. I must snatch it. PFFF. But no matter how crazy he was, with his playboy body that had been hollowed out by alcohol and women, it was impossible for him to snatch the phone from Ryuto's hand. Ryuto casually kicked filial piety to the ground again. Is this guy an idiot? It's not like I'm reading a manga. Will a roar cause the universe to explode? After sending filial piety flying with a kick, Ryuto took the phone in front of Colored Glaze and said to her with a smile, "Mission accomplished. Please accept this. Not bad. Now I have something to use to threaten the old bastard." When Luli took the phone, a relaxed expression finally appeared on her face. From the very beginning, the person Colored Glaze wanted to deal with was Kamishiro Yoshiyuki, not filial piety Kanzaki. After all, everyone knew that this playboy was a complete piece of trash. He was the type that only knew how to play with women after leaving his father. He was no threat to Colored Glaze. However, Yoshiyuki was different. He wasn't young, and he had experienced many things. His mind was full of evil tricks. More importantly, according to what Colored Glaze knew, Yoshiyuki had taken the initiative to complain to her mother, Ruehue Kanzaki. He had even volunteered to take on the mission of teaching Ryuto a lesson. Colored Glaze's mother, Ruehue, was the previous vegetarian king. After the position of vegetarian king was taken over by her younger sister, Jingyan, she retired and gave birth to Colored Glaze. At the same time, she also took over Kamiyoshi's position. Ever since Colored Glaze was young, Ruehue had been an extremely cold and strict woman. Colored Glaze had never met her own father. In fact, she didn't even know what her father was called or what he looked like. This seemed to be a taboo in Kamiyoshi. It was as if her father never existed. Of course, even if Colored Glaze's father did exist, he probably didn't have any status. After all, the Kamiyoshi clan was a witch clan. Naturally, the females were stronger than the males. Only the males would marry into the clan, while the females wouldn't be married off. In any case, all children born into the clan would be part of Kamiyoshi. That was why Ruehue was in charge of everything in the clan. This also made her personality seem especially domineering. Under such circumstances, Uncle Yoshiyuki ran to complain that Colored Glaze was having an ambiguous relationship with a man outside and even instigated the clan to deal with Ryuto. This made Colored Glaze very frustrated and angry because Colored Glaze couldn't disobey her mother, who was even more domineering than her. Of course, she also knew why Yoshiyuki did this. He was afraid that if something happened to her, something would go wrong with this generation's vegetarian king inheritance, which would lead to the decline of Kamiyoshi. After all, as long as the vegetarian king was around, the Kamiyoshi clan would always be the link between the Mikado clan and the gods. A god's flag could be raised high. Wherever they went, people would give face to the Kamiyoshi. Giving face to Kamiyoshi was the same as giving face to Yoshiyuki. This way, Yoshiyuki would be able to continue swindling others and filling his own pockets. That was why Yoshiyuki paid close attention to any male who had a relationship with Colored Glaze. He wouldn't allow his golden egg to grow wings and fly away. Not long after, at the entrance of this full-body club, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s finally rushed in with a dozen or so muscular samurai. The heavens finally came. When he saw this familiar customer, the manager, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, hurriedly came over and said, "Hello, young Master Kanzaki, cut the crap. It's none of your business. Just pretend that you didn't see anything." Seeing that the manager wanted to come over and explain, this member of Kamiyoshi's generation, Kamishiro Yoshiyuki, glared at him fiercely and hurriedly ran over to the chrysanthemum room with his men. Actually, when the girls were chased out by Colored Glaze, the full-body club members already knew that something seemed to have happened at the chrysanthemum room. However, the person who went in was the eldest daughter of the Kamiyoshi clan. In other words, this was an internal matter of the Kamiyoshi clan. The Full Body Club didn't dare to meddle in other people's business. They could only call Yoshiyuki and inform him. Yoshiyuki was filled with anger as he hurried over. At the same time, he was also worried. Damn it, that bastard called Ryuto Kiryu isn't dead. And he even found the filial piety together with colored glaze. They're not here for revenge, are they? No, that's impossible. He's just a mere extreme Dao. How could he dare to make a move on our Kamiyoshi clan's young master? Creek. Before entering the door, although Yoshiyuki was slightly worried, he was still betting that Ryuto wouldn't dare to be so ruthless. However, when the door to the chrysanthemum room opened, Yoshiyuki rushed in with a group of elite samurai behind him, only to see the head of an apple hanging upside down from the ceiling. This description was somewhat strange. After all, why would an apple be hanging from the ceiling? Of course, if one took a closer look, it wasn't difficult to discover that the red, apple-like head belonged to filial piety Kanzaki. And the reason why his head was red was because he was tied up and hung upside down, causing blood to flow to his brain. If this situation continued for too long, the person who was hung upside down would even be in danger. Yo, isn't this Uncle Yoshiyuki? I'm a little late. Colored Glaze was sitting leisurely on a sofa not too far away from the hanging filial piety Kanzaki. She propped up her legs and looked at the group of people who had just barged in. Colored Glaze Kanzaki. How dare you? Seeing that his own son was being treated in such a manner, Yoshiyuki was so angry that his blood vessels almost exploded. He hurriedly shouted at the samurai behind him, "Hurry up! Put the young master down!" Then, all of them, but before Yoshiyuki could finish yelling valiantly, his eyes suddenly widened. That was because a pitch-black gun was pointed at the young master's head right next to the hanging filial piety Kanzaki. As long as the gun's owner pulled the trigger, they would be able to enjoy the scene of the red apple turning into apple bits. All of them. All of what? Speak louder. I can't hear you. At this moment, Ryuto giggled as he knocked filial piety Kanzaki on the head with the gun. Then, he turned around and asked the large piece of trash named Kamiyoshi. Chapter 122. Tongsheng. Ryuto. After realizing what had happened, Yoshiyuki couldn't help but let out a low roar. Of course, he knew the young master of the Rulon group, and even the order to assassinate this guy was given by him. But Kanzaki Yoshihide had never imagined that there would be a day when he would be threatened by this bastard. And it was the second day after the assassination order was issued. As the saying goes, karma comes quickly, but this was a bit too fast. But no matter how angry he was, now that Ryuto pointed a gun at filial piety's head, all the samurai behind him naturally didn't dare to take another step forward, for fear that the young master would become a headless knight. You still have the nerve to call me old man. You should know very well why I'm here, right? Ryuto said mockingly when he saw the ferocious expression on Kanzaki Yoshihiro's face as if he wanted to twist someone's head off. Of course, Yoshiyuki himself was the clearest about this matter. But he still whispered angrily, "Ryuto Kiryu, do you know what you are doing? You are threatening the great Kamiyoshi, aren't you afraid of dying without a burial place?" Pfft. Ha ha ha, as if I will die if I don't threaten you. You didn't prepare a coffin for me when you sent assassins to kill me yesterday. You. Seeing Ryuto laughing presumptuously, Kamishiro Yoshiyuki didn't know what to do for a while. After all, Longdo was right. Since you all want to kill me anyway, what's the big deal if we fall out a little more? So Yoshiyuki had to turn his gaze to Colored Glaze, who was sitting leisurely on the sofa. He said in a superior tone unique to elders, colored glaze, you are the young lady of Kamiyoshi, how dare you bring an outsider to deal with your own family? Get this guy to release the filial piety right now, and I can pretend that nothing happened. You can pretend that nothing happened? How generous. Colored glaze smiled, but her eyes were cold. However, Yoshiyuki did not notice her indifference. Instead, he continued, it's good that you know. I've always been this magnanimous. Really? You can pretend that nothing happened, but I can't. Looking at Kamishiro Yoshiyuki's shifty expression, colored glaze said sternly, what I hate the most is people talking behind my back and snitching on me. Who do you think you are? You're nothing more than a parasite that uses Kanzaki's name to do whatever you want. As she spoke, colored glaze's murderous intent filled the entire room. She knew that it was Kamishiro Yoshiyuki who told her mother Ruehue about her friendship with Ryudo. She knew that it was Kamishiro Yoshiyuki who secretly changed Ruehue's instruction to teach Ryudo a lesson and stop him from interacting with colored glaze, to kill Ryudo. She also knew that this uncle of hers had always treated her as a hen that could lay golden eggs. He would do anything to ensure that she became the king. This series of events made colored glaze extremely angry. She was so angry that her blood vessels were about to burst. It's already reached this point, and you still want to pretend that nothing happened. Dream on. After being mercilessly scolded by colored glaze in front of outsiders, Yoshiyuki's face suddenly turned red. What he hated the most was other people saying that he was Kamiyoshi's parasite, because it was the truth. As a witch family, Kamiyoshi's natural tradition was that women were superior to men. Only a woman who could take over the king position was qualified to hold power. Otherwise, she was just a freeloader. Therefore, although Yoshiyuki and Ruehue were siblings, he could never raise his head in front of his sister and was always submissive. However, Yoshiyuki never expected that not only would he not be able to raise his head in front of Ruehue, he would also be scolded by colored glaze. This time, Yoshiyuki couldn't hold it anymore. He said angrily, very well, then you mean to completely fall out with me, right? You're the one who wants to fall out with me. Reflect on it before you speak. Good, very good. Then I'll call Ruehue right now and have her come over to resolve this matter. After saying this, Yoshiyuki quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and tried to call the head of Kamiyoshi, Ruehue Kanzaki. His son was in her hands. Indeed, he couldn't do anything to colored glaze and Ryudo, but Ruehue was different. Yoshiyuki knew that colored glaze was most afraid of his mother. He didn't believe that Ruehue couldn't resolve this situation if she came over. But before he could dial the number, colored glaze raised her cell phone in front of Yoshiyuki and played the recording. This is... Yoshiyuki couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw his son ending Kaiser's life with a single slash. Go ahead and call her. But let me remind you, the moment my mother finds out about this is the moment this recording is spread all over the internet. Colored glaze said as she waved the cell phone in her hand. The threat was self-evident. This recording spread all over the internet. The moment he heard these words, Yoshiyuki gritted his teeth. He seemed to have realized what kind of desperate situation he was in. If this recording wasn't available, the head of Kamiyoshi would only need to arrive at the scene and everything would be over quickly. Under Ruehue's pressure, colored glaze could only ask Ryudo to release the hostage. And because she took the initiative to bring Ryudo to cause trouble for her family, she would definitely be severely punished by her mother. At that time, colored glaze would be grounded for a few months at best. At worst, she would be expelled from school and placed under house arrest until she reached adulthood. It could be said that she had lost so badly that she didn't even have her underwear. However, with this recording, Yoshiyuki had to consider the serious consequences of calling Ruehue over. If filial piety only killed ordinary people, Then with Kamiyoshi's power, there was no problem of not being able to suppress it. But the person he killed in the recording was an assassin from the executor. If this recording was posted on the internet, it would definitely be considered a serious provocation to the executor. At that time, even if filial piety was the young master of Kamiyoshi, he would inevitably be hunted down by the world's top assassin organization. And it would be the kind that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. It was easy to be a thief for 1,000 days, but difficult to be on guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If filial piety was targeted by the executor, he could only obediently stay at home for the rest of his life. His life was similar to that of a prisoner. After all, he could be assassinated as soon as he stepped out of the house. Wouldn't this kind of life be much worse than colored glazes? He would have to live in fear for the rest of his life. After weighing the pros and cons, Yoshiyuki didn't dare to gamble with his son's life. So he could only take a deep breath and let all the samurai leave the room. Then he said to Colored Glaze, "What do you want? Just say it." Pfft. Ha 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 ha. This guy actually admitted defeat so quickly. What a cowardly bandit. When he heard Kamishiro Yoshiyuki's words, Ryuto couldn't help but laugh on the spot. It was as if he was amused by Yoshiyuki's cowardice. Chapter 123. Actually, even though Colored Glaze and Ryuto were acting like they had victory in their hands, the chances of both sides winning were only 50-50. If the video in Colored Glaze's hands was leaked, it would be disadvantageous, but it wasn't something that couldn't be settled. For example, Yoshiyuki could directly contact the executors on the spot and explain the situation to them. The executors weren't stupid, and they knew that the employer wouldn't do such a thing on their own accord. If that didn't work, they could directly tell Ruehue about it. At worst, they could gather the power of the entire Kamiyoshi to negotiate with the executors on how much money to pay. If that didn't work, even if the executors really didn't want to listen to their explanation, they could think of a way to make filial piety fake his death and change his identity. In any case, if Ryuto and Colored Glaze were on Yoshiyuki's side, they wouldn't choose to admit defeat just because of a video. After all, Yoshiyuki still had Ruehue to rely on. Unfortunately, Yoshiyuki wasn't Ryuto. After all, this guy was just a LV1 courage scumbag. Through Ryuto's hooligan's analytical lens, it could be seen that although this Kamiyoshi uncle looked fierce and domineering on the surface, he was actually a coward. Courage didn't seem to be as useful as the other 4 attributes, but it was actually one of the most useful attributes. Sometimes, being a hero or a coward didn't depend on whether or not one was smart, strong, charismatic, or observant. It really was a question of courage. That pitiful LV1 level of courage wasn't enough to support Yoshiyuki to make some brave and decisive actions. He would only hesitate when making a choice, and would unconsciously choose to retreat after being overwhelmed by the enemy's aura. Fierce and cowardly. This was the perfect description to describe Kamishiro Yoshiyuki and filial piety Kanzaki. People like them could act normally, but when it came to serious matters, they couldn't handle it. It was extremely embarrassing. After hearing Ryuto's mocking laughter, Yoshiyuki only glared at him angrily, but he didn't dare to do anything. Colored Glaze smiled and said, "My goal is very simple. Do you remember what happened yesterday and today?" Yesterday and today. Yesterday, you sent people to teach Ryuto a lesson, and he won't come near me again. Today, nothing happened. It's that simple. At this point, Colored Glaze shrugged. At the same time, she looked at Seiji's eyes. "Ah, I see. Planning to help me hide this from Ruehue." Although Yoshiyuki wasn't very brave, he had been around for so many years, so he understood some of the deeper meaning behind her words. To put it simply, Colored Glaze wanted Yoshiyuki to go back and report false information to Ruehue, saying that he had already dealt with Ryuto, and that Kamiyoshi shouldn't waste his time on this guy anymore. This way, Ryuto could escape and wouldn't be watched by Kamiyoshi anymore. Secondly, Colored Glaze wouldn't have to worry about this matter anymore. Thirdly, Yoshiyuki could also save his son. Everyone would be happy. Of course, this happy ending was equivalent to the complete failure of Yoshiyuki's plan. He understood this. If he really did this, it would be equivalent to him spending money to hire an assassin for nothing. He would have to watch his son get abused for nothing, and he would also be scolded and ridiculed for nothing. In the end, he wouldn't be able to get anything. However, the only advantage of doing this was that he could definitely save his son's life. Thus, after Yoshiyuki thought for a few seconds, he could only nod helplessly and agree to Colored Glaze's request. This was obviously within Colored Glaze's expectations. She added, "I'll save this video on the cloud. If you don't mention this in the future, I won't mention it again, and I won't use it to threaten you. That's all." After saying this, Colored Glaze gave Ryuto a look. Ryuto casually cut the rope and released Kanzaki Filial Piety, who had been hanging from the ceiling for a long time. Og. 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 Filial Piety. Are you all right? Father. Whoa whoa whoa. When Yoshiyuki rushed towards his filial son, the latter immediately reached out and hugged his father, crying loudly as if he was crying for the pain and grievances he had suffered. Of course, if he had the chance to be thrown into a furnace by Iam in the future and burned alive, who knew if this filial son's cries would be even more tragic than now. Ryuto and Colored Glaze naturally couldn't be bothered to listen to his disgusting cries, so they immediately left the room after releasing him. Dancing Costume had already left to deal with Kaiser's corpse. This assassin incident finally came to an end for the time being. Phew, what an unexpected calamity. I'm sorry, I've caused you a lot of trouble. Colored Glaze couldn't help but say this to Ryuto as they left the Full Body Club and headed towards the familiar Rulon Group headquarters. Although Ryuto didn't explain in detail how he had captured Kaiser, judging from the elite level of the executors, it wasn't difficult for Colored Glaze to imagine what kind of dangerous battles he had experienced. However, Ryuto laughed and said, "You're treating me like an outsider. Actually, I was the one who wanted to get involved from the very beginning. After all, I was lusting after your body. Humph, you're going to start a dye factory just because I gave you some color, you stinky man." Colored Glaze's white face couldn't help but redden slightly when she heard the words, "I was lusting after your body." It was obvious that she wasn't used to this slightly colored way of talking. As the car slowly drove towards the Rulon Group headquarters, the Kanzaki father and son on the other side of the car also dragged everyone back to the place where their family lived, Kanzaki's Imperial Park. Speaking of Kanzaki's Imperial Park, it was a rather mysterious place in Tokyo. Unlike the Kanzaki residence that Colored Glaze temporarily stayed in for the sake of going to school, Kanzaki's Imperial Park was located in the middle of a rather quiet and elegant lake in the outskirts of Tokyo. When they arrived at the lakeside, they could see many simple bronze statues and ancient divine trees that had a rich historical feel to them. There was a large residence in the middle of the lakeside that was surrounded by the lake. The scenery was beautiful. Kanzaki's Imperial Park itself looked like a large shrine, except that the decorations were more extravagant and luxurious. And compared to other shrines, the white jade torii made of pure white jade was placed at the entrance of Kanzaki's Imperial Park, which symbolized its unique status among the shrines. Later that afternoon, the owner of Kanzaki's Imperial Park, Kanzaki Rui, was in her office dealing with some daily business. Although the style of this building was extremely simple and sacred, the interior of the main office was quite modern. There were computers, telephones, projectors, and so on. However, even in such a modern office, Rue Hui was still used to wearing a pure white witch robe. This set off her perfect figure and beautiful face, making her look even more holy. Chapter 124. As the mother of the beautiful Kanzaki colored glaze, Kanzaki Ruehue's appearance was 70 to 80% similar to colored glaze. Both of them were great beauties with classic beauty. Compared to the 16-year-old colored glaze, Ruehue's facial features were sharper and her figure was more voluptuous. She even exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Even though Ruehue was now over 50 years old, her skin was still firm and delicate, and there were no wrinkles on her face. If she stood next to colored glaze, it wouldn't be strange to say that they were sisters. Time didn't seem to have left too many traces on her body. Instead, it brought her a kind of settled beauty, a kind of feminine beauty that was more captivating to men than a little girl. At this very moment, Rue Hui was bent over the table and writing rapidly. Her slender and fair hand was holding an elegant crane brush, leaving beautiful handwriting on a file. Ding! Suddenly, the bell-shaped communication device beside Ruehue's table made a light sound. She immediately pressed the button on the communication device. A steady voice came from the communication device. The voice said, "Ruehue-sama, Yoshiyuki-sama requests an audience. Let him in." Yes. Brother actually came looking for me at this time. Is it because of the colored glaze incident yesterday? The beautiful woman put down the pen in her hand and glanced at the picture frame on the table with an obvious sense of vicissitudes of life. The girl in the picture frame who looked similar to her had an impatient expression. But even though both sides didn't have good feelings towards each other, in Ruehue's eyes, the girl in the picture was still her treasure. After a while, Kamishiro Yoshiyuki, who had returned from the full body club, slowly pushed open the door and walked in. Unlike the high-spirited Yoshiyuki before, the current Yoshiyuki gave people the feeling that he was in a difficult situation. However, anyone who knew the inside story wouldn't find it difficult to understand his current mood. After glancing at her brother who was related to her by blood, Ruehue lowered her head and continued to work. At the same time, she asked, "What is it? Do you need something from me?" "About that. I've already taken care of the matter from yesterday." Facing the master of Kamiyoshi, Yoshiyuki couldn't help but stand on his heels and slightly bend his waist, putting on a serious appearance when meeting with a superior. If one didn't know their identities, it would be hard to imagine that this was actually a pair of siblings talking. No matter how one looked at it, it felt like a forceful female boss and an incompetent and stupid subordinate. "It's been dealt with. That means you've already warned that hooligan Ryuto Kiryu, right?" "That's right, he won't go near the colored glaze again. You can rest assured about that." After hearing this, the pen in Rue Hui's hand paused. Her eyes, which seemed to contain magic, swept towards Yoshiyuki. Yoshiyuki felt his scalp go numb when this gaze swept over him. He couldn't help but have the thought of running away on the spot. Ever since he was very young, he couldn't understand what kind of creature his sister Rue Hui was. Especially after Rue Hui took over the position of Heavenly King and stayed in the Heavenly Palace for 20 years. After leaving the Heavenly Palace, she became even more terrifying in all aspects. Monster. She was simply a monster. She must have been possessed by something. More than once, Yixing had thought that Rue Hui was a monster, or a similar existence, because it was impossible for a normal human to have such a level of aura. After staring at Yoshiyuki with that terrifying gaze for a few seconds, Rue Hui said lightly, "Thank you for your hard work. Go and rest." "Yes." Instantly, Yoshiyuki felt as if he had been pardoned. When he left the office, he felt that his footsteps were lighter. It was as if not having to deal with Rue Hui was the most enjoyable thing in the world. When Yoshiyuki reported to the Lord of Kamiyoshi, it seemed like the whole thing had come to an end. However, that wasn't the case. When the middle-aged man's figure disappeared, Ruehui pressed another button on the table. Whoosh! Accompanied by a gust of wind and a black shadow, an old butler with a head full of silver hair was already half kneeling in front of the table. Ruehui-sama, what orders do you have? In front of this Kamiyoshi, the guardian ninja, who had a dispute with Ryuto, Tomoya Bunkomaru, respectfully lowered his head. Ruehui sighed lightly and asked Bunkomaru as if nothing had happened, "You've seen that young man called Ryuto Kiryu, right? What kind of person is he?" "A person who is brave and resourceful, and extremely daring." "Oh, so that's how it is. Then do you think my good-for-nothing brother can deal with that young man?" "He can't. From the feedback from the samurai that I arranged around Master Yoshiyuki seems to have suffered a great loss at the hands of young Master Ryuto and Colored Glaze-san." Just like Ruehui, Bunkomaru's tone was very calm, but the words that came out of his mouth were very shocking. If Yi Xing was here at this time, he would definitely be scared to the point that all the hairs on his body would stand up. After all, that idiot had always thought that the dozen or so warriors that he had nurtured as his trusted subordinates were truly loyal to him and would not leak the information that he had ordered them to keep their mouths shut. But in reality, all of the Kamiyoshi and Guardian Ninja were trained by Tomoya Bunkomaru, and the only person that they were loyal to was Ruehui alone. From this angle, Yoshiyuki was like a monkey dancing on the palm of Buddha, unable to escape from Ruehui's palm. The worst thing was that he did not even know about it. Colored Glaze has really grown up to be able to be so cruel to her family. It seems that she will become a better leader than me in the future. After listening to Bunkomaru's report, Ruehui nodded in praise, as if she was very satisfied with Colored Glaze's actions. In the Kamiyoshi tribe, there was a difference between the family head and the leader. The position of family head was always held by the face of the family, the current Saiho. This was the true signature of the Kamiyoshi. But because Saiho usually stayed in the shrine to pray for the people, he could not easily leave unless there was something important to do. That was why the person with the most power in the family was actually the leader. Some family heads could become the leader after they retired, while some couldn't. In the end, it all depended on the person's ability. Ruehui Kamiyoshi was obviously one of those people with ability, and she felt that her daughter, Colored Glaze, would be the same as her. Ruehui believed that Colored Glaze would understand this principle and would definitely understand it. And so, Ruehui instructed Bunkomaru, ignore that boy called Ryuto for now. Instead, strengthen the protection around Colored Glaze. We definitely can't let the previous incident happen again, understand? Chapter 125. The previous incident that Ruehui mentioned was actually the Colored Glaze kidnapping incident a few weeks ago. Although on the surface it was just a power struggle within the Rulon group, in fact, it was the Heavenly Eye group that led the whole incident. In order to successfully kidnap the Colored Glaze, the Heavenly Eye group did not hesitate to expose several spies planted in the Kamiyoshi for many years. After paying a heavy price, they completed the kidnapping. Fortunately, the Colored Glaze was blessed by God, and the boy named Ryuto was also quite sensible. In the end, this vicious incident was averted. And after that, Rabbit Ball also gave him a shot to ensure that Ryuto would not become a male creature that could threaten the young lady. That was enough. But from Ruehui's point of view, this level of accident was absolutely not allowed to happen a second time, especially at this critical moment in the competition with the Heavenly Eye group. Please rest assured, Lord Ruehui, there are already 5 guardian ninjas, taking turns to protect the young lady day and night. The spies planted by the Heavenly Eye group here have almost been cleaned up. The same thing will not happen again. When talking about this matter, Rabbit Ball couldn't help but feel a little guilty, but he still patted his chest and promised. That's good. Recently, the Heavenly Eye Group and the Saitu Guild have been fighting happily. We have to focus on the latter, and we don't have much time to deal with internal problems. When speaking of the name Saitu Guild, Rui Hui's attitude seemed to be the same as colored glazes. Both mother and daughter believed that although Saitu had a large number of people and was powerful, because of their stupidity, they couldn't fight with Iam at all. If the Kamiyoshi didn't help, the Saitu Guild would definitely suffer a lot, and they might even be killed by Iam. Therefore, Rui Hui actually had a headache talking about this matter. After all, a strong opponent was not as disgusting as a retarded teammate. There were already plenty of retarded teammates in this country. Now that Saitu was added to the list, it was quite tiring. Speaking of Jiating Guild Hall, their 300th anniversary celebration will be held in a week. The invitation letter has been sent. What do you plan to do, Rui Hui Darren? What kind of celebration is this when the Heavenly Eye is watching them? They're really tired of living. Let Yoshiyuki go. He's also a member of Kamiyoshi, so he'll still be of some use. Yes, then I'll arrange for Lord Yoshiyuki to participate. Lord Yoshiyuki's life was also a life. This understanding didn't seem to exist in Uruehue and Bunkamura's hearts. They could only pray that the unlucky Kamiyoshi was lucky enough to not die in that celebration. With Rui Hui's order, the drama involving the grudge between the Kamiyoshi clan and the Rulon group came to an end. However, as time went by, another stormy drama seemed to be progressing. Of course, this drama had nothing to do with Ryuto for the time being. Now he was immersed in the shock of his lovely girlfriend making lunch for him. At noon the next day, Ryuto did not go to eat with the colored glaze. Instead, he went to the rooftop of the teaching building under the lead of Yunyen. The weather is quite good today, let's eat here. When pushing open the door of the rooftop, Yunyen smiled and said to Ryuto behind her. She was in a good mood today, and there was always a happy smile on her face. This allowed senior sister Yunyen's extraordinary charm to be fully displayed. She was like a young girl in love. Of course, Yunyen was now a girl in love. After all, she just caught her first boyfriend 2 days ago. In Yunyen's view, making a bento for her boyfriend should be an indispensable part of a relationship. Therefore, she deliberately got up early today and asked Ryuto to have lunch together. It was quite thoughtful. Is it? However, even if he encountered such a good thing, the expression on Ryuto's face was quite complicated. It was an expression mixed with a series of strange emotions such as joy, fear, anxiety, nervousness, timidity, and so on. How to describe it? Logically speaking, now that Ryuto and Yunyen were in a relationship, the bento made for him by his girlfriend should be delicious, right? However, if this bento was not made by Yunyen herself, Ryuto would definitely feel very happy. If it was made by her, the feeling was not the same. Ordinary girls making bento for their boyfriends belonged to the sweet relationship between boys and girls. However, if senior sister Yunyen made a bento for her boyfriend, it would be considered a sweet murder case. After all, Ryuto was clear about the fact that Yunyen didn't know how to cook. After all, she was a young lady. She must be the kind of person who didn't do household chores. This was actually fine. The most terrifying thing was that he also knew another fact, that was, Yunyen's definition of food was quite strange. Don't forget, she was a woman who could write a plot of the heroine chose to go to the silverware store to buy silver jewelry in order to make chocolate for her crush. After melting the silver, she plated it on the chocolate and fed it to her boyfriend. Such a woman who didn't know how to cook and had a strange definition of food could give her boyfriend what kind of bento made with love. It was basically possible to meet. It's over, I won't suddenly die on the spot after eating this meal, right? But if Yunyan also eats the same thing, she shouldn't be too cruel to me, right? Seeing Yunyan spread a carpet on the ground over there and took out 2 lunch boxes from the bag, Ryudo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After the two sat down, Yunyan raised a blue lunchbox and handed it over. She smiled and said, "Ryudo, this is yours, eat quickly." After Ryudo took the lunchbox, he pretended to be ecstatic and opened it. Then, a set of very common Japanese lunch combination appeared in front of his eyes. Yellow omelets, cute octopus sausages, emerald green broccoli, fried chicken wrapped in sauce, and a portion of rice made up senior sister Yun Yan's handmade lunch. This looks quite normal. After seeing the contents of the lunchbox, Ryudo suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of omelet into his mouth. The omelet was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After biting it, the strong spiciness gushed out like the flowing water of the Yangtze River. It was as if dozens of strong men were taking turns to beat Ryudo's mouth and nose with their fists. So spicy. Super spicy. It's not a normal spiciness. It's not a spiciness that humans can bear. Puff. At the moment of chewing, Ryudo almost spat out the omelet on the spot, but because Yunyan was looking at him with a smile, he could only force it down. After reluctantly swallowing it, Ryudo felt the burning in his mouth and stomach. He reluctantly asked, that, Yunyan. Did you add any special seasoning to the omelet? You can taste it. Yunyan clapped her hands and smiled. I think ordinary omelets are too boring, so I added a little Carolina Reaper chili. It can make the whole body warm, right? Chapter 126. Carolina Reaper chili was the hottest chili that could be bought in the world. Its spiciness exceeded the level of most police chili water. It could even be used as a military chili bomb, which could effortlessly disable the enemy's combat ability. After eating the omelet wrapped in this chili, Ryudo resisted the burning sensation in his mouth and smiled bitterly. It's really warm, like it's on fire. Really? That's great. Try the other dishes as well. There are surprises for you. When she saw Ryudo's happy smile, Yunyan felt that her efforts in the morning were recognized. She seemed to be happier than him. This surprise. There are surprises. When he heard this sentence, the smile on Ryudo's face became more intense. It was pronounced as surprise, but written as shock. Although he knew that Yunyan didn't know how to cook, he didn't expect this girl's brain circuit to be so weird. The scariest thing was that when Ryudo saw Yunyan open her lunchbox, there were only a few small tofu skin rice balls inside. Yunyan, your lunch seems to be different from mine. Well, because I've been on a diet recently, I can only eat a little diet meal at noon, hee. Speaking of this, Yunyan scratched her head embarrassedly. After all, she was a teenage girl. She would make some sacrifices for her weight. Of course, when it came to the word sacrifice, no one was more sacrificing than Ryudo now. He held the lunchbox that was still warm in his hand. He felt like he was holding a time bomb. The omelet looked normal on the surface, but in fact, there was Carolina Reaper chili in it. With such a refreshing food as the beginning, the taste of the following dishes could be imagined. But there shouldn't be any problem with the broccoli. There shouldn't be any weird seasoning. It was Ryudo. He had to use his chopsticks to pick the circle of broccoli placed on the edge of the lunchbox. But when he picked it up, he found that the emerald green on it seemed to be unnatural. How should he put it? Although broccoli was green, it shouldn't be so green that it was shining with a metallic luster. Yunyan, what did you add to the broccoli? Oh, this is my secret recipe. I've added malachite green to it, which can make the vegetables even more verdant. Isn't it beautiful? Are you fucking kidding me? Can the food in this lunchbox be eaten? Looking at the deadly green broccoli, Ryuto didn't even want to know what was added to the rice, chicken pieces and sausages. No matter what, they were not for human consumption. What to do? Do you want me to eat everything in this lunchbox in front of Ryuto-senpai? Then die on the spot in front of her after eating? If someone else gave him such a poisonous food, Ryuto would definitely throw it into the smelly ditch on the spot. But when he thought that Yunyan woke up early in the morning to make it for him, he didn't have the heart to do it. At least, he couldn't do it in front of Yunyan. Crunch. However, just when Ryuto was holding his chopsticks in a dilemma, the door of the rooftop not far away was suddenly pushed open. TSK, did someone come first? The person who pushed open the door was a very petite girl. When she saw someone on the rooftop, she couldn't help but snort, then turned around and planned to leave. But Yunyan's sharp eyes saw the silver twin-tails and immediately shouted, "Wait, is that Dunya? How about eating together?" In this school, the only female student with such a special hair color was naturally Saitu Dunya, who transferred not long ago. For some reason, Dunya came to the rooftop alone at noon to prepare for lunch, and she just happened to bump into Yunyan and Ryuto's party. Is that Yunyan? So troublesome. After being stopped by Yunyan, Dunya, who was about to run away, could only frown and turn around to walk in that direction. However, Dunya's appearance gave Ryuto a great opportunity to escape. While Yunyan's attention was focused on Dunya, he quickly put all the side dishes in the lunchbox except for the egg roll into his kettle. It was great to have a habit of bringing his own kettle, otherwise, he would probably die here. Looking at Dunya, who hesitantly walked over, Long-do couldn't help but smile and nod at her with an expression as if he saw an angel descending from the heavens. Dunya's appearance did save Ryuto, but she definitely still couldn't understand why this male student was smiling so disgustingly. What is this guy doing? Why is he smiling like this? Is there something wrong with his brain? And why is he eating lunch with Yunyan? Could it be that the two of them? No way. Dunya didn't believe that Yunyan and Ryuto would have that kind of relationship, just like how she didn't believe that a golden cat would be together with a dung beetle. But when she came to Yunyan and Ryuto, Dunya still showed a professional fake smile and asked with a smile, "So it's Yunyan and Ryuto-senpai, am I disturbing you too?" How could it be? It's more lively to eat with more people, right, Ryuto? That's right, sit down, don't be shy. Yunyan naturally welcomed Dunya's arrival. After all, she also liked Dunya. In Yunyan's view, this child was prettier than a doll. If she could change her clothes, it would be more fun than the most high-end doll. As for Ryuto, he had long regarded Dunya as his concubine, so he naturally welcomed her arrival. However, after Dong-nia sat down, she looked at the lunchbox in senior sister Yunyan's hands, which only had a few small rice balls left, and then looked at the lunchbox in Long-do's hands, which only had rice and egg rolls left. What's wrong with these two guys? Why are they so poor? They only eat this for lunch. After secretly complaining, Dunya opened her big lunchbox. It was full of meat sausages, stewed beef, pickled cucumbers, and potatoes. This lunchbox was more than twice the amount of Ryuto and Yunyan combined, and it was stuffed full of meat. It could be called a calorie bomb. How to put it, this lunchbox was really not girly at all. It looked like something a burly bear would eat when doing heavy work outside. So that's why she came to the rooftop alone to eat so much food. She didn't want to be seen by her classmates. However, just when Ryuto looked at Dunya's lunchbox, Yunyan also showed a surprised expression, as if she was shocked by the huge calorie bomb. Chapter 127. It was no exaggeration to say that Dunya's meal should be enough for Yunyan to eat for a day, and there would be more. So Yunyan couldn't help but ask, "Dunya, do you eat so much every meal every day?" "Yes. Yes, I will be hungry if I don't eat more. I can't help it." When hearing Yunyan's words, Dunya instinctively tilted the lunchbox to the side, and her tone was somewhat conflicted. Because of Dunya's special physique, the energy she needed to consume every day was much more than the average person. Therefore, every meal was several times more than the average person. For this situation, Dunya also felt a little troubled, but over time, she got used to it. At most, she would be looked at strangely by others. It was not like she had never been looked at before. "If you don't like it, come and beat me, bastard." Since she came to Tokyo from her hometown in the north, no matter where she appeared, she would be stared at by others with different expressions, but this was also something that couldn't be helped. "Laugh, laugh, if you want to make fun of me, humph." Like a broken jar, Dunya used a fork to pick up a piece of stewed beef and stuffed it into her mouth. She ate it with relish as if it was delicious. However, Yunyan naturally wouldn't laugh at her. Instead, she said enviously, "It's amazing. You eat so much, but your body is still so slim. This kind of physique is really good." Is it? Hee, actually, there is nothing good about it." After being praised, Dunya showed an expression that she wanted to laugh but was embarrassed to laugh. She looked even more awkward. Yes, the word awkward should be the best adjective for Saitu Dunya. After all, she was very awkward from head to toe, inside and outside. She was obviously a cute loli, but inside, she was a strong bear. She was obviously the young lady of an ancient martial arts family, but she was a silver-haired outsider. She obviously yearned for things like family, friendship, love, and so on, but she didn't care about it. Of course, the main reason for the birth of such an awkward and contradictory body was the external environment and innate factors. Dunya herself was not a big problem. Fortunately, the first person Dunya met after coming to this school was Yunyan, a person who was very charming and easy to get along with. Thus, the two beautiful girls chatted as they ate, while Ryuto pretended to eat and listen. The atmosphere on the rooftop was quite harmonious. However, because she wasn't familiar with Ryuto, Dunya usually didn't take the initiative to talk to him. It could even be said that she treated him like air, which made Ryuto feel a little awkward. "By the way, Dunya, your Saitu Club's anniversary celebration will begin in 6 days, right? I've also received an invitation." Just as the meal was about to end, Yunyan suddenly thought of something and brought up this topic. Speaking of which, the 300th anniversary celebration of the Saitu Club was quite a grand event. In addition to Yunyan, most of the rich families in Tokyo and even in the country had also received an invitation. Even the party in charge of the celebration, the Tokyo Emperor Hotel, had already started decorating a few days ago, striving to achieve a satisfactory result for everyone. However, compared to Yunyan's happiness, Dunya was obviously not interested in this event. She just said lightly, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I'm not sure if I'll appear at the venue." "Hey! Dunya, aren't you the young lady of the Saitu Club?" "Why? I don't know who my family offended, but recently, my bodyguards have been very cautious. I don't think they'll allow me to appear in public." Thinking of what happened to her recently, Dunya couldn't help but sigh. It was fine when she was studying in the Dori First High School, but it was really bad outside. If there was a slight disturbance, 3 to 5 bodyguards would immediately rush out. That posture could scare people to death. Of course, Ryuto was very clear about why Dunya's bodyguards were like this, because recently, the Saitu Club and the Tenma group were fighting. With Tenma IM style, it was not difficult to imagine that she would not hesitate to make a move on Dunya, the young lady. As the saying goes, it's easy to block a spear in the open, but difficult to block a hidden arrow. The Tenmu group specialized in shooting arrows in the dark, which would scare people to death. But from this point of view, the president of the Saitu Club didn't seem to be an idiot. At least, he knew to greatly strengthen the security measures around Dunya, so that his daughter would not disappear without knowing what happened. After this meal, time returned to its normal flow. Long Do skipped classes as usual in the afternoon and came to Rulong's security company to mingle with the staff there. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Recently, the first security task introduced by Gao Yuan had been successfully completed. Under the protection of a group of elites, no one would throw death letters and chicken blood into the poor boss garage. Of course, things like throwing death letters and chicken blood were originally done by the brothers of the Tokyo Second Pig Factory. As long as the boss handed over the money, naturally no one would harass him again. This first transaction successfully earned 5 million yen for the company. Although the money was not much, it was a good start. Next, as long as they gained a little fame, Gao Yuan could use this fame to encircle most of the rich people in Tokyo into the pig farm and slaughter them at will. In addition, the task of discrediting other Tokyo security companies was also ongoing. After a period of activities, the Rulong Group successfully destroyed more than a dozen security tasks of other companies, and with the help of Sensible, these results quickly spread throughout the internet. For a time, the smoke of gunpowder was everywhere in Tokyo, and everyone smelled the scent of insecurity. The more money one had, the more one was afraid of death, and the more one was afraid of death, the more one wanted to hire people to protect oneself. In this way, the Rulong Security Company was also rapidly moving forward on the previously scheduled track. Everything was quite smooth. As for Long Do himself, he had been living a carefree life these few days. During the day, he went to school to improve his relationship with the Colored Glaze and Yunyan. In the afternoon, he went to the Rulong Security Company to eat and drink with his brothers. At night, he went to the streets and alleys to mingle with the stinky hooligans. Originally, Ryudo also wanted to go to the Sai River Underground Arena to continue to make money. This way, he could make money faster. But the competition there required time, and he couldn't fight whenever he wanted. Therefore, he could only continue to find trouble with the hooligans. Unknowingly, 5 days passed quickly. There were less than 24 hours left before the Saito Club was about to hold a large-scale celebration. This large-scale celebration originally had nothing to do with Ryudo, and with his identity, it was naturally impossible for him to receive an invitation. But on that night, a phone call marked with an unknown number involved Ryudo in the center of the dispute involving several major forces. Unknown number. Is it a salesman? At that time, Ryudo had just taken a shower and was about to change into his night clothes to beat up children. But when he picked up the phone, a creepy voice came from the phone. Hi, Ryudo-kun, long time no see. No, we haven't actually met, humph. The next second, a young and deep female voice came from the phone. Hearing her voice was like listening to a whisper from the abyss on a moonless night. There was only one woman in the world with such a strange voice and aura. She was none other than the pure evil, eternal Princess Amamiya. Chapter 128. When he heard Ayam's familiar voice, Ryudo's body couldn't help but tremble. Her voice was absolutely unique in the world. Anyone who had heard it would never forget it. After all, there was no other poisonous man-eating flower in the world that was as rotten as this. What's going on? Why did Ayam call me? Ryudo wasn't surprised that Ayam could find his phone number. He was just surprised why she called. From any point of view, Ryudo and Ayam had nothing to talk about. The latter carefully arranged a murder plan for the former. After it failed, she sent people to the school to kidnap him and tried to bring him back to the tower to torture him like a dog. Ayam was a very single-minded person. If she wanted to kill someone, she would never let it go. However, because the Tenmu Group, Saitu Club, and Kamiyoshi clan were in a period of open and secret struggle, Ayam didn't continue to deal with Ryuto for the time being and let him live freely for a few days. But what did Yongji mean by calling him now? Like Yunyen, she wanted to chat with Ryuto. Of course not, right? Before Ryuto could react, Ayam had already giggled and said, "You seem to be very sure of who I am, and you know me very well, even though we have never seen each other and even talked for the first time." Just through a few seconds of silence, Ayam had already figured out a lot of things. For example, Tongxing Ryuto had indeed heard her voice and knew who she was. He also knew that if she called him, it meant that something bad was going to happen. From this point of view, Ayam was sure that she didn't find the wrong person. Ryuto Kiryu was indeed a very interesting kid. At this time, Ryuto also took a deep breath and asked seriously, "Tenmo Ayam. Why did you call? Oh, you're really cold. Can't I call to chat with you?" Suddenly, Ayam's tone became sweet, like a cute girl in her teens. "Don't talk nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't buy it. Your attitude towards women is really bad. Did you learn it from your father? It's not easy to have such a simple Jidao hero. I thought Jidao was a dog raised by politicians. Not bad, it's worth encouraging. Is your way of encouraging people to go to prison? Ha ha ha, it seems that there is such a thing. How many years was he sentenced? 30 years. 50 years. It doesn't matter, anyway, he doesn't have many days left." At last, Ayam couldn't help but laugh. Laughter, but in Ryuto's ears, sounded like a devil was having a carnival. "Doesn't have many days left. My father. Terusei Kazuma." After hearing this sentence, Ryuto couldn't help but frown. He said as calmly as possible, "Are you saying that you can take my father's life at any time?" "NN, it seems to be the case. You can be taught. I don't think Terusei Kazuma is a person who can be killed easily. If he is outside, it is true, but it's hard to say in the nesting duck prison. After all, even if he is Superman and is not afraid of knives and guns, he can't eat and drink, right? UF*Ker, can you be more despicable?" Suddenly, Ryuto couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. After all, Ayam had already made it very clear. Now Terusei Kazuma was serving his sentence in the nesting duck prison. If Ayam bribed the people in the prison, it was really not difficult to kill Kazuma. Even if Kazuma's physique and strength were extraordinary, and he could block all kinds of insidious assassinations, as long as he was a living person, he couldn't escape from the food and drink. Therefore, as long as a little ingredient was added to Kazuma's food and drink, the leader of the Rulon group could only choose between starvation and poisoning. After a few seconds of silence, Ryuto couldn't help but ask, "What do you want?" With Ayam's character, if she really wanted to kill Kazuma, she would never call to warn him in advance. The reason why she made this call was definitely to use this matter to blackmail him. As for what the blackmail was, it was hard to say. The woman on the other side of the phone also chuckled and said, straightforward. Tomorrow, the Saito Club seems to be preparing for a large-scale celebration of the 300th anniversary of the establishment. It is very lively. Are you going to send me to cause trouble? I don't want to cause trouble. I just want to play a game with you. Are you going to lock me in a secret room full of killing machines? Ha ha ha, you are really humorous. In fact, I just want to ask you to bring the eldest daughter of the Saito family, Dunya, to accompany me. Just treat it as a sneaking game. Is it fun? I said this lightly, but in Ryuto's ears, it was very heavy. So that's how it is, this bastard actually wants me to kidnap Dunya. And at the 300th anniversary of the establishment of the Saito Club. The large-scale celebration event that was about to be held at the Tokyo Emperor Hotel had already become a hot topic in the entire Tokyo circle recently. A certain famous family was going to attend, a certain star was going to appear, a certain star was invited to perform. Similar rumors had already been flying everywhere, and most of them were not rumors but facts. For example, the Tsukujiri Corporation, which represented the strongest technological level in the country, received an invitation early, and their eldest daughter, Yunyen Tsukujiri, would attend. Also, the Kamiyoshi clan, which represented the top political status in the country, also announced that they would send their direct members to participate in the celebration. According to Colored Glaze, the representative of the family seemed to be Yoshiyuki. From the importance of this celebration and the identity of the guests, it was not difficult to guess how strict the security of this celebration would be. The Saito Club was such a behemoth, so it was inevitable that they would do their best to ensure that nothing would go wrong. So Ryuto couldn't help but sneer, "Are you going to send me to my death?" In such a huge celebration, I actually asked Ryuto to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Saito family, Dunya. Wasn't this sending him to his death? Don't worry, I tried to kill you twice before but failed. From this point, I can see that your life is as hard as steel, you shouldn't die in the hands of that group of trash. What a good shouldn't. But it doesn't seem like I'm in a position to bargain, right? That's right, I'm not here to discuss with you, I'm just going to kindly inform you of a fact. Either you send Dunya here, or you prepare for your father's funeral, it's that simple, bye-bye. After leaving a friendly farewell, I casually hung up the phone, leaving Ryuto standing there alone with the phone in his hand. That damn thing. To think that he would suddenly do something like this. Well done. It was not that Ryuto didn't think that I would cause trouble at the Saito Club's large-scale celebration, but he didn't think that Guy would actually use him to cause trouble. Now, he could either kidnap Dunya and give her to I or watch his father be killed in prison. These two situations were absolutely unacceptable to Ryuto. He couldn't watch his own blood relatives die, and it was even more impossible to personally give his little wife to the enemy. So Ryuto's face was uncertain, as if he was struggling in his mind, but after a few minutes, he calmed down and quickly sent a few text messages. "Bastard, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's see who will have the last laugh in this game." Seeing the rapid replies on the phone, "I'll be there soon," Ryuto took a deep breath, reached out and patted his cheek, and prepared to welcome this super vicious event that was destined to be recorded in history with his companions. Chapter 129. The current situation was undoubtedly terrible for Ryuto. His father, Kiryu Kazuma, was being targeted by Tenmo Iam in prison and could die at any time. If he really kidnapped Dunya at the banquet tomorrow, then Dunya would most likely die, and Ryuto would be labeled as a kidnapper and spend the rest of his life like a rat. The worst thing was that there were less than 24 hours until the large-scale banquet. To be precise, there were only about 21 hours left. Therefore, he had to find a way for himself, Dunya, and Kazuma to survive within 21 hours. So that's how it is. What a terrifying situation. Half an hour later, Yunyen, who was in the top left corner of the tablet screen, was so scared that her face turned pale. She had never seen such a big scene before. "I didn't expect the people from Tenmu Group to be so vicious. I feel like no matter what boss chooses, he will die. Isn't that right? The most important thing is that even if he follows their instructions, they might not let Kazuma-san go." Suddenly, Sensible, Goro, and Masato Takayama, who were in the top right and bottom right corners of the tablet screen, couldn't help but speak. both of them felt their scalps tingle. Compared to the other three people in the video conference, Colored Glaze, who was in the bottom left corner of the screen, was much calmer. Colored Glaze, Tsukini, Yunyen, Takayama Masato, and Sensible, Goro. These were all the members that Ryuto had just gathered to participate in this video conference. Whether this matter could be resolved smoothly, other than depending on Ryuto's own efforts, the help of these four companions was also indispensable. Now that time was tight, they had to come up with a reliable plan as soon as possible. However, because it was inconvenient for Colored Glaze and Yunyen to come out at night, they could only use a video conference to discuss the matter. At this moment, the calmest person in the room, Colored Glaze, finally opened her mouth and said, "Ahem, Ryuto, first of all, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Ryuto also said, "My idea is to let you be in charge of the plan, and I and the others will be in charge of executing it. What do you think, Miss Colored Glaze?" Even though Ryuto had added wisdom, he was still not on the same level as Colored Glaze. It was better to let Colored Glaze be in charge of planning. Hearing this, Colored Glaze revealed a teasing smile and asked with a smile, "You're not worried about leaving such an important matter to me? If things go wrong, a lot of people will die. Of course, don't worry. With you in charge of drawing up the plan and the few of us in charge of carrying it out, there's nothing in the world that can stop us." Ryuto looked at the four figures that appeared on the tablet. His tone was full of confidence. He doesn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Forget it, this guy has always been this kind of strange person. After being shocked by Ryuto's incomprehensible confidence for half a second, Colored Glaze said seriously, "Although this incident involves the lives of three people and the struggle of multiple forces, there is still only one core problem." "What?" "Your father, the head of the Rulon group, Kiryu Ishima's safety." As Colored Glaze spoke, she unconsciously used her thumb and index finger to twirl a handful of soft hair that hung down to her side and rubbed it like a fireball. This was Colored Glaze's habit when she was deep in thought, which meant that her brain was now fully activated. Sensible asked, "Do you mean we have to protect the safety of Mr. Ishima in the prison?" "No, Nesting Duck Prison is always an area outside of our forces, and IM has already let her people infiltrate. The last-minute protection measures won't work. Then young mistress means, break the prison and bring Mr. Ishima out. He is now trapped in the shallows. As long as he leaves the prison, it won't be so easy for IM to do anything to him. Prison break." When he heard such exciting words, even Ryuto was a little scared. God, this is Nesting Duck Prison. It is the most heavily guarded prison in Yodo and even the country. Because most of the prisoners in Nesting Duck Prison are felons, the fortifications inside are naturally tight to the point of making people's hair stand on end. But according to Colored Glaze's idea, they have to break into the prison in these 21 hours and take Ishima away. Gao Yuan scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "This sounds like a very difficult job, and the time is too short." It wasn't that Gao Yuan didn't think of planning a prison break, but the problem was that there were only about 20 hours left before the Saito Club's anniversary celebration. What can they do with this little time? Unlike the situation in TV series or movies, it was extremely difficult to break into a modern prison and required a lot of preparation work. Just finding a way to get the prison map, figure out the deployment of the guards, prepare the necessary tools, formulate the escape route, and so on, it was not something that could be done in a day or two. It was normal for a successful prison break to even plan for a few months. But now they had less than a day to prepare. It was simply too difficult. The SS level mission suddenly became SSS level. However, Colored Glaze shook her head and said, "Strictly speaking, we don't only have 21 hours. The limit should be more than 30 hours. Sensible couldn't help but ask, how? We are responsible for the planning and action of the prison break. Ryuto can't participate because Ayam will definitely watch his actions. If he participates in the prison break, he will be immediately seen through, but the task of delaying must be completed by him. Well said, then what am I going to do? You are prepared to go to the Tokyo Emperor Hotel tomorrow night to kidnap Dunya. Remember, you must be prepared to the extent that you can take her away. What? Hearing this, Ryuto couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? In the end, I still have to kidnap Dunya. Is it still planning to give Dunya to Ayam? Colored Glaze also immediately explained, kidnapping Dunya doesn't mean that you have to give her to Ayam. After you take Dunya away, pretend that you are being chased and then hide everywhere. In short, don't meet Ayam's people no matter what. Ah, I see. I understand. Pretending to kidnap Dunya to paralyze Ayam, but in fact, it is to delay time. Suddenly, Sensible couldn't help but snap his fingers and understood Big Sister's intention. As long as Dunya was successfully kidnapped, then Ayam's side would think that Ryuto was sincerely giving in and wouldn't make a move on Yima in the short term. Of course, as time slowly passed, Ayam wouldn't be so stupid to be deceived. Sooner or later, she would find out that Ryuto wasn't hiding from the pursuers, but from the people sent by the Tianmu group. But before Yongheim realizes what's going on, I'll also ask my mother to send out a Kanzaki family team to distract her as much as possible so that we can delay this plan for as long as possible until we can rescue Yima-san. After explaining the process of the entire plan, Colored Glaze finally said, even so, this is a very urgent mission. We have to start now. Does anyone have any objections? No. Yunyan loudly replied, looking very motivated. No, I promise to complete the mission. Sensible patted his chest and firmly and confidently replied. No objections. Let's just hope that everything goes smoothly tomorrow. Although Gao Yuan sighed, his expression had also become extremely serious. In the end, as the core figure of this operation, Long Do nodded and said to this group of comrades who could entrust their lives to him, from now on, I'll leave it to everyone. This time, we must let the Heavenly Eye group know how powerful we are. Let that be **starred woman know that we're not existences that can be trampled on at will. Just like that, following the end of the video conference in the tablet, the first direct collision between the Tongxing army and the Tianmu group was about to begin. Chapter 130. That night, after the video conference ended, everyone was divided into two groups and began to prepare for the next step. The first group was the prison break team. The group consisted of Colored Glaze, Takahara Masato, Sensible Goro, and all the members of the Rulong Security Company. The members of this group would start preparing for the mission of breaking out of prison and rescuing Tongxing Kazuma. Sensible Goro was in charge of using the internet and the police station's power to quickly search for the layout of the nesting duck prison, as well as other research work. Takahara Masato was in charge of mobilizing the members of the Rulong Security Company to carry out heavy physical work such as drilling the sewers and digging tunnels. Colored Glaze was giving instructions behind the scenes while preparing to contact her mother, Kaneshiro Rui, in an attempt to get her to send her family's combat power to harass the Tenmu group. As for the second group, it was the kidnapping team. The group consisted of Ryuto Kiryu, Yunyen Tsukimi, Narukai Otani, Kamita Momoyama, and the others. The members of this group would start preparing to infiltrate the Tokyo Emperor Hotel and kidnap Dunya tonight. Yunyan had already received an invitation and could freely enter the Tokyo Emperor Hotel tomorrow. It was naturally the most convenient for her to partner up with Ryuto to infiltrate and kidnap Dunya. The rest of the work would be carried out by Narukai Otani and Kamita Momoyama. These two were also Ryuto's most trusted aides in the Rulong group. It was a pity that Kawaki Nan was picking up soap in prison. Otherwise, there would be one more person to use. Since they only had 30 hours at most, everyone's tasks were quite heavy. It could be said that they were racing against time, especially Sensible and Takahara. They didn't even have time to sleep. Even so, no one complained about such heavy work. After all, everyone knew that this was a crucial battle against the Tenma group, and it was the kind that involved many lives. Under such circumstances, Ryudo naturally did not rest. Instead, he spent the entire night preparing for the kidnapping and escape. Although everyone had a lot of work to do this time, the one who was truly in danger was Ryudo himself. He wanted to sneak into the Tokyo Imperial Hotel and kidnap the young lady in front of so many martial artists of the Saito Guild. That was one thing. Moreover, after taking Dunya away, the two of them still had to run around Tokyo without being caught. This was actually the most dangerous thing. If he took Dunya away, Ryudo would be attacked from both sides by the Saito Guild and the Heavenly Eye group. The former wanted to find Dunya and kill Ryudo. The latter wanted to take away Dunya and perhaps kill Ryudo as well. In other words, the kidnapping was only 30% of the mission's difficulty. The remaining 70% was in the process of stalling for time. After all, it was not easy to fool around for more than 10 hours. For this, Ryudo needed to make a lot of preparations. After arranging for Narukai and Kamita to rush to the Tokyo Emperor Hotel overnight, he first inquired about the nearby situation. Ryudo also asked advisor Fujiki to find him some of the best people and borrow some money from him. Looking at the list of items Ryudo handed over, Fujiki initially thought that the young master was going to fight with the army. After asking, he found out that it was related to the life and death of the team leader. Since it involves the boss, then these old bones of mine will naturally do my best. Don't worry, I'll prepare the things you want. Also, this is the maximum amount of money that the group can provide. Fujiki took the list and nodded. He then took out a few bags of money from the safe and stuffed them into Ryudo's hands. Because the Rulong Security Company had not started to make a profit, the Rulong group was actually quite tight. Even so, they could still take out tens of millions. Therefore, after Ryudo arranged the preparations for tonight, he took the bags of money and returned to his room. This time, Mr. Fujiki had taken out more than 50 million in cash. In addition to the 30 million he had won from the Battle of the Dragons, as well as the money he had earned from killing monsters in the past few nights, he now had a huge sum of money in his hands. When he opened the status panel, he could see that Ryudo's current status was as follows: Name, Ryudo Kiryoage, 16 status, Intelligence LV2, Physique LV3, Courage LV3, Insight LV2, Charm LV3 Title, Combat Apprentice, obtained after defeating 500 enemies, Combat Ability increased by 10% when equipped, Equipment, M9 Pistol, Excellent, Taser Stun Gun, Excellent, Dragon Tooth Serrated Knife, Excellent, Tools, Rogue Velcro, Rogue Analysis Mirror, Rogue Voice Changing Mask Skills, Furamaki Style Martial Arts, Iron Bone Mastery, Copper Skin Mastery, Parkour Master, Rogue Immortality. Total Assets, $94 for 17,800. The Combat Apprentice title that Ryudo was currently using was unexpectedly obtained after he went out to talk with someone every night. When wearing this title, it could directly increase combat ability, including speed, strength, endurance, resistance, and so on. Although a 10% increase did not seem like much, but considering Ryudo's current LV3 physique, professional master, level physical fitness and a lot of active and passive buffs, this additional 10% was actually quite obvious. The most important thing was that Ryudo had a lot of money in his hands that he could use. To put it simply, this was the first time in his life that he, Ryudo Kiryo, had seen so much money. A total of 94 million, Looking at the huge amount of numbers in his assets column, Ryudo could not help but do a strange dance. Money was a good thing. Especially for Ryudo, money was even better. After all, it represented attributes, skills, equipment, and life. Now that the super difficult mission was in front of him, Ryudo needed to plan carefully to see how he should spend the 90 million. 90 million yuan might seem like a lot, but it wasn't that much to be said. After all, it would cost a huge sum of 50 million just to upgrade Dragon's Battle's attributes. Not long ago, after being killed by Kaiser, the items and skill books in the shop were all refreshed. Ryudo also found that the price of the same type of skill books in the shop had increased by several times. For example, the Iron Bone Mastery previously only cost 1 million, but this time the second skill book had become 2 million, and the Parkour Master went from 3 million to 6 million, a full double. If he continued to buy, the third, fourth, and fifth skill books of the same type would become more and more expensive, and the amount of money needed to increase the proficiency level would also increase. Of course, compared to the skill books, Ryudo now needed to increase his attributes first, and now it was the most practical, physique attribute. Chapter 131. Among the 5 attributes of intelligence, physique, courage, insight, and charm, the attribute that could be improved the most was naturally the physique attribute. Enhancing physique could directly increase speed, strength, endurance, resistance, flexibility, and other aspects of strength. Anything related to the body's attributes would have an obvious increase. When Ryudo first transmigrated to this world, he increased his physique from LV2 physique, excellent passerby, to LV3 physique, professional expert. Later on, it did indeed have a good effect. Therefore, before this big event of infiltration, kidnapping, fighting, and escaping began, Ryudo needed to increase his physique by another level. From LV3 physique to LV4 physique requires 50 million yuan. Confirm payment. After clicking on the plus symbol under physique for a long time, the familiar system voice sounded again. Thinking about it carefully, 50 million yuan to increase an attribute from professional expert to international warrior was actually quite a good deal. It could even be said to be quite cheap. After all, as long as one practiced hard, most ordinary people could reach the physical fitness of professional expert. It was just a matter of whether one was willing to put in so much effort. But to go further to international warrior, it was no longer a realm that could be reached by hard work. One must have both hard work and talent, otherwise there was no way. Just like in the professional boxing world, it was not difficult to cultivate an ordinary professional boxer with professional training, but a boxing champion could not be trained by professional training. It had to be a genius of 1 in 100. At this time, Ryudo had this opportunity to surpass talent and hard work. The price he paid was only 50 million yuan, which was a negligible price. He had to say that the system was really shameless. As the dragon head pressed the confirm payment button, a light flashed, and the bag of banknotes that had just been taken out from the safe suddenly disappeared like magic. But after that, Ryudo felt that his body suddenly changed, as if there was a qualitative leap from the inside to the outside. This feeling was different from the simple increase of strength or the feeling of making the body lighter. In an instant, he only felt that the control of his body was completely different from before. There was a feeling of his body moving at will and hitting wherever he pointed. Is this the physical ability of LV4 physique? Let's try it out. Suddenly, Ryudo looked at the courtyard outside the window not far away. His whole body flashed forward, and in the next second, he had already jumped over the windowsill and arrived in the courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a tall and beautiful tree that had been planted for many years. It was at least 20 meters tall with luxuriant branches and leaves. Long Do, on the other hand, quickly ran toward the tree and then jumped up. After jumping a distance of 8 to 9 meters, he grabbed the nearly 4-meter-tall branch with one hand and flipped his body again, standing firmly on the branch. Then, his figure twisted and turned on the tree, jumping up rapidly as if he was walking on flat ground. It only took him about 3 seconds to reach the top of the tree, which was more than 20 meters high. This series of dazzling movements, if seen from a third person's point of view, was simply like being possessed by Tarzan. It didn't even look like something a human could do. What was even more exaggerated was that when Ryuto reached the top of the tree, he actually floated to the side without hesitation. His figure fell more than 20 meters vertically in the dark night. When he landed, he spun a few times like a spinning top and stood firmly on the ground. His face was not red, he was not out of breath, and he did not have any adverse reactions. So that's how it is. This is a monster-level physical ability. After understanding how terrifying his current physical fitness was, Ryuto could not help but take a deep breath. Now, Ryuto finally realized that the LV4 physique upgraded by the system and the LV4 physique that normal people could achieve were actually of a different dimension. After all, the physique attribute was a very complicated concept, and it contained a lot of sub-attributes. For example, strength, speed, flexibility, jumping ability, explosiveness, endurance, flexibility, resistance, etc. If a professional athlete could reach the level of a world champion in the high jump, then he would have a LV4 physique, international warrior, rating in the system. But such a world champion would only reach the level of an international warrior in the jumping ability sub-attribute. He would not be able to reach the level of an expert in the other attributes. However, Long Do was different. He didn't reach the highest standard in one of his physical attributes. Instead, he reached the same standard in all of his physical attributes. This was equivalent to Ryuto having the destructive power of a boxing champion, the endurance of a marathon champion, the speed of a sprinting champion, the explosive power of a weightlifting champion, the jumping ability of a high jump champion, the flexibility of a gymnastics champion, etc. After combining so many extreme physical abilities, Ryuto's current physical ability could only be described as monstrous, because there should not be such an all-rounder in the world. The 50 million was well spent. Next, he would look at the item store and skill store to see if there were any good things to buy. After confirming that his physical ability had reached the level that could make James Bond cry, Ryuto returned to his room and opened the skill store to see if there were any items or skills that could be used at this time. Although he was rich enough to have 40 million left after buying one attribute, he could not spend all of it. He still had to save some money to buy jobs. Because it was difficult for Ryuto to have time to change to the Desperado title in the middle of a fierce battle, it was safer to calculate the cost of buying jobs as 1 million. Considering that this mission was dangerous and that he might die many times, Ryuto estimated that he would have to save at least 10 million to save his life, which was enough for him to revive 10 times. Of course, in addition to that, he also had to save some cash to buy specific items in an emergency. Otherwise, if he spent all the money in advance, it would be awkward if he ran out of money to buy items in an emergency. So after spending more than an hour choosing, Ryuto decided to buy 1 active skill, 6 passive skills, and 2 items that would definitely be useful. The first active skill that he chose to buy was a highly lethal martial art called Ancient 8 Extremities Fist. Chapter 132. For the current Ryuto, although his physical fitness was strong enough, fighting with others didn't only depend on physical strength, but also the degree of mastery of martial arts. Before this, the only martial art that Ryuto had learned was the Furamaki-style martial arts, but this martial art was all about counterattacking, and there were no active attacks. Therefore, if there were no tables, chairs, or benches in the surroundings that could activate the hooligan does not die by bare hands skill, then Ryuto could only randomly fight, and use random punches to try and kill the old master. This kind of unstructured and flattest style could be used to bully ordinary small fries, but if he really met an expert, it would be a bit troublesome, and he still had to learn a martial art that could be used. In fact, there were many similar martial arts in the skill store, such as Mixed Yuan Xing Yi Tai Chi, Pine Bone Bouncing Lightning Whip, Ma's Take Hair, and so on, but they didn't look very reliable. Therefore, Ryudo chose for a long time, and finally chose this ancient Bajiquin. Bajiquin, the name of the ancient boxing technique, Bajiquin meant that the force could reach extremely far in all directions, and its movements were simple, firm and fierce, and majestic. Simply put, this martial arts movements were not fancy, but were very practical, and it could defeat people in one hit. Moreover, the Bajiquin in Ryudo's hands wasn't the modern version passed down, but the complete version from the peak of ancient times, and its complexity and practicality couldn't be compared to the modern version. This kind of straightforward, firm and fierce martial art, combined with Ryudo's tyrannical physical fitness, could completely kill small fries one by one, and kill a group of them. In addition to this martial arts skill that could be used actively, Ryudo also bought 3 new passive skills, namely, Silent Movement, Aura Shield, and Omnipotent Driver. As the name implied, the effects of these 3 passive skills were very simple and crude. The first was to reduce the sound made when moving, and the second was to reduce the aura exposed. Since the mission this time might involve infiltration, these 2 skills were very suitable for infiltration. Naturally, they were necessities. The Omnipotent Driver, on the other hand, could automatically learn to drive all kinds of vehicles, from wheelbarrows, bicycles, motorcycles, cars, and even airplanes. As one's proficiency increased, one could even play many unexpected tricks. The reason why Ryudo bought this passive skill was because he considered the possibility that he might need to use a vehicle to escape with Dunya. However, he didn't even know how to drive a car, so it was better to learn a driving skill to sharpen his gun. As for the last 3 passive skills he bought, they were the newly bought Iron Bone Mastery, Copper Skin Mastery, and Parkour Master. Due to the fact that he had purchased the skill book once before, the new skill book allowed the 3 passive skills of Dragon Battle to reach 40% proficiency. The effects were much stronger than before, but of course, the price had also doubled. Copper Skin, Iron Bones, and Parkour were all versatile skills. They could be used in any situation, and they weren't expensive. Therefore, as long as these 3 skill books were refreshed in the shop, Ryudo didn't even need to think about it. He just bought them directly. They would definitely be useful. After buying 7 skill books in the skill shop, Ryudo's skill bar became a lot fuller. Of course, his wallet also became a lot thinner. The cost of these 7 skill books added up to $22 million. Including the $50 million he had spent previously, Ryudo's total assets were only a little more than $20 million. After thinking for a while, Ryudo finally bought 2 items. They were the Rogue Hang Glider and the Rogue First Aid Pill. The Rogue Hang Glider cost $3 million. When falling from a high place, it could glide. Simply put, it was the artifact that the monster thief kid often carried in the sky to show off. The Rogue First Aid Pill cost $5 million. It could treat most injuries. As long as one didn't die on the spot, eating it would save one's life. These 2 items were very expensive. Of course, their effects were very practical. They were good items that could be used in an emergency. After that, Ryudo didn't continue to buy items. After all, he only had $14 million left in his treasury. $10 million of which was reserved for living expenses. The remaining $4 million was used for emergency purchases. After spending almost all the money he had, Ryudo finally let out a sigh of relief. He took the time to lie down and rest for a while. At this time, the night was coming to an end. There was even a light in the distant horizon, indicating that the morning of the second day was coming. After resting for a few hours, Ryuto was woken up by advisor Fujiki, who rushed over. "This is the equipment you wanted. I've done my best to find it." Advisor Fujiki looked like he hadn't slept the whole night. There were large dark circles around his eyes. However, he still forced himself to put the backpack he was carrying in front of the young master. Inside the backpack was the special equipment that Ryuto had asked him to prepare for him in the early hours of the morning. Almost all of them were professional goods that ordinary people wouldn't normally see. Among them was a special brass knuckle that looked like a ring on one's finger. When turned, it could pop out a broken window. When wearing this thing, ordinary people could break high-strength glass with one punch. With Ryuto's strength, even bulletproof glass might not be able to withstand it. In addition to the special brass knuckle, Fujiki also gave him an Uzi submachine gun that could be used with one hand, a thin, carbon fiber bulletproof vest, a set of hooks with ropes to help with climbing, a small tube of mixed knockout powder, and 3 flash bombs. It had to be said that advisor Fujiki's years in this industry weren't for nothing. These overly professional items might not even be able to be bought with money. They also required a strong network of connections. For Ryuto, these special equipment would undoubtedly be of great help to him. In tonight's operation, Ryuto could directly wear most of the equipment on his body. For example, the special brass knuckle, the bulletproof vest, the small tube of knockout powder, and he could directly put them in his pocket. As for the conspicuous Uzi submachine gun, the flash bombs, and the large hooks with ropes, they could be thrown into the equipment slot and could be used at any time. At this time, Ryuto's preparation work was completed. He was ready to sneak into the Tokyo Emperor Hotel at any time. First, it was the attributes, then the skills, then the items, and finally the equipment. After this solid preparation, Ryuto could be said to be armed to the teeth. When Ryuto finally left the Rulong Group headquarters and rushed towards the Rulong Security Company, his character attributes had become like this: name, Ryuto Kiryoage, 16 attributes, Wisdom LV2, Constitution LV4, Courage LV3, Insight LV2, Charm LV3. Title, Beginner Assassin, obtained after 100 successful sneak attacks. Presence reduced by 20% when equipped. Equipment, Uzi submachine gun, rare, flash bombs, rare, hooks with ropes, excellent, accompanying equipment, carbon fiber bulletproof vest, special brass knuckle, mixed knockout powder tools, rogue velcro, rogue analytical lens, rogue voice changing mask, rogue hang glider, rogue first aid pill skills, ancient 8 extremities fist, Furamaki-style martial arts, iron bone mastery, copper skin mastery, parkour master, rogue immortality to bare hands, silent movement, aura shielding technique, omnipotent driver. Total assets, $15. 417,800. There was only one word to describe his current attributes: ferocious. It could be said that in Ryuto's life, this was the first time he was so ferocious. He even felt that he was so ferocious that he could directly kill Tenmo Iam in the unrestrained Sky Tower. Of course, that was temporarily impossible, but completing this mission should not be a problem. Chapter 133. When Ryuto arrived at the Rulong Security Company, it was already close to noon. The entire floor that was originally bustling was particularly deserted today, as if the entire security company had gone out to perform a mission. For ordinary security companies, going out to perform tasks was a normal thing, but this group of members did not go out to perform ordinary tasks today. Instead, they collectively dug a tunnel. After searching and sorting through the night this morning, Sensible finally obtained the internal map and guard layout of the entire nesting duck prison through various means. In this case, Gao Yuan quickly led the team quietly to a sewer near the nesting duck prison, intending to dig a tunnel into the prison from the sewer. Although there were a lot of professional digging tools, according to Gao Yuan's estimation, it would take about 20 hours to dig this tunnel. And now, there were only about 8 hours left before the Saito Club anniversary celebration. In other words, Ryuto had to delay at least 12 hours after kidnapping Dunya to delay the completion of the tunnel, and he had to spare some time to take Ichiro away. 12 hours, huh? That sounds like a lot of work. Why don't we give Dunya a heads up first? Soon after, Ryuto sat in the director's office of the Rulung Security Company, discussing the specific details of today's plan with Yunyen through video chat. The latter asked worriedly. Yunyen had always felt very conflicted about the fact that the two were about to set off to kidnap Dunya. After all, Dunya was her friend. We still can't judge what Dunya's attitude will be. If she can't help but leak a word to others, then everything will be over. After hearing Yunyen's words, Ryuto shook his head seriously. Although Dunya was one of the members of his harem, unlike Colored Glaze and Yunyen, Ryuto had not yet gained Dunya's trust. If he rashly went to Dunya and told her that he was going to kidnap her tonight, Dunya would definitely react in an unpredictable manner. If things went badly, he would be courting death. Therefore, although he felt sorry for the young lady, Ryuto decided to use the mixture of drugs obtained from consultant Fujiki to make her faint. For Dunya, she didn't need to do anything tonight. In short, she just needed to have a good night's sleep. When she woke up the next day, everything should be over. This was obviously the best result for everyone. After deciding how to treat Dunya, Ryuto discussed the specific details of sneaking into the venue with Yunyen. From the information obtained now, it was quite difficult to sneak into the Tokyo Regal Hotel. After all, a large number of dignitaries would gather in the entire hotel tonight. The surrounding security strength could be said to be unprecedentedly high. Even an ant would find it difficult to sneak in. First of all the other passageways of the hotel were completely blocked. Only the front door was left for guests to use. The hotel staff had been on standby inside the hotel 5 days ago. They were not allowed to contact the outside world at all. At the same time, there were hundreds of cameras, helicopters, and drones around the hotel from all angles without any blind spots to observe the situation outside. Whether it was climbing over the wall, airdropping, or digging a hole, it was impossible to sneak in without being discovered. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the only way to enter the hotel that night was through the front door. To enter from the front door, the first thing that must be shown was a special invitation letter. There was an electronic chip that couldn't be forged in a short period of time. In addition to the guards at the front door, a perfect face recognition system and metal detector were also installed. Not to mention the densely packed surveillance inside the hotel, not to mention the thousands of elite bodyguards and the martial artist bodyguards of the Saito Club, just the process of entering the door was enough to give people a headache. When they discussed this, Ryuto asked, "If I disguise myself as Yunyen's bodyguard, can I sneak in with you?" "I don't think so, because the invitation letter states that only the holder is allowed to enter. Even the bodyguards have to wait outside." I can't snatch other people's invitations. I can't pass the face recognition test. It's too late to make a mask. Headache. Suddenly, Ryuto couldn't help but shake his head. He seemed to be thinking hard about a way to sneak in. As if she couldn't bear to see Long-do having a headache, Yunyen carefully said, Actually, I have a way to help you sneak in, but it's a bit strange." When he heard Yunyen's words, Ryuto immediately raised his head and asked in a joyful tone, "What is the way?" "As long as I can get in, the rest doesn't matter. Actually, I have a set of Rococo-style vintage palace dress. Although I didn't plan to wear it tonight, I should be able to bring you in with that dress." When talking about this, Yunyen's face blushed. She seemed to be a little embarrassed about what she was going to say next. Ryuto was confused when he heard the words. He asked in confusion, "Palace dress? How can you bring me in with that thing? That kind of palace dress is very big and wide. There is a huge skirt support inside that can stretch the skirt to more than 1 meter in width. It is quite gorgeous, like a huge flower. Hey! Could it be?" Seeing that Ryuto seemed to think of how to use this dress to sneak into the venue, Yunyan also explained shyly, "At that time, you can try to hide in my dress. As long as you don't walk fast, you shouldn't be discovered." What? Hide in Yunyan's dress? Pfft. In an instant, Ryuto thought of the shocking scene in his mind, and he almost spurted blood on the computer screen. Senior sister Yunyan's height was considered to be quite tall among females. If she wore a huge dress, it was indeed possible to hide a person under the dress. However, if it was hidden under her skirt, it meant that Long Do would have extremely intimate physical contact with Yunyan, and it would not be ordinary physical contact. When he thought of Yunyan's straight, slender, and well-proportioned legs, and the dreamy cloth that might float around his head, Ryuto had a feeling of blood surging up. But now is not the time to think about these messy things. Ryuto swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly said, "No, this is too unfair to you. You will definitely feel very uncomfortable. I will definitely feel a little uncomfortable, but compared to this, it is more important to help you enter the venue." Even if she is very shy, Yunyan still said firmly. After all, in her view, this small matter is not worth mentioning compared to the overall situation. "Yunyan, you are really a perfect girlfriend, as long as you don't cook." In this way, under Yunyan's insistence, Ryuto had to agree to this plan. How to say, although hiding in Yunyan's dress is not manly, it is a disguised humiliation, but now Ryuto really does not care about manliness. It is more important to smoothly enter the hotel. Thus, Long Do was definitely not trying to sneak under senior sister Yunyan's skirt to find out what was going on. Definitely not, probably not. When making the final preparations in the afternoon, the dragon had repeatedly reminded himself like this, although he may not even believe it himself. But in any case, as time passed by, this Saito anniversary celebration, that is bound to cause a big commotion, finally slowly began. Ryuto's Mission Impossible mission will also begin tonight. Chapter 134. The large width of the skirt and the head, that in and out of the carriage ready to meet one. When the sedan entered to help her, she was already fighting the dragon. In front of the carriage Yan Yun was in reality. The fighting dragon of the bag head is, fighting the dragon is. As soon as his head was out of the bag, he suddenly noticed that the carriage behind him was about to open a shop. The king of wine, Emperor Jingdong, was about to meet the moon in the courtyard. The sedan was about to pass. After a good rest, big sister Ning defecated in the small room. She placed the quilt and the seat behind the table, and at the same time, the partition layer fell down, the seat behind the seat and in front of the seat was steamed. She pressed the button and pressed the trigger. Sister is big, good. The next breath, don't think I started to open the ceremony in front, Uncle Chuan Pin, order the machine driver and bodyguard in front of the sedan Yan Yun, when the carriage sat on the seat. She was waiting for the arrival of the carriage at the entrance of the parking gate. She went out of the palace to wait for the attendants home. She slowly followed behind Yan Yun. Her heels were high. Her white Athens shoes were worn on the top. She wore them on the bottom. Come out to invite the general talent is not also this. The high bundling of the general is a second, where only clothes, this Yan Yun is the reason. The troublesome little thing is also wearing the words, but the woman is less than, look at, although the upper body is wearing clothes bright, this pass not only. Point to the extreme beauty of the straight and simple hair, show soft fluffy clouds like still, over the care of the heart that the match, the 10 senses of the body stand up to see, make the skirt lining rise and edge leaf lotus, fold, beautiful like a flower blooming like still swaying, the skirt big and big fluttering lightly go up to look at the square below. What's too much is too much, but it's also too beautiful. It's very useful to set off each other's floral prints, buckles, satin, and edged silk. It's very beautiful, inlaid, and combined. It's made of 3 inverted shapes and angles. Silk is used to cover the front of the bosom. Satin is white and blue. It's used to sew the bottom of a skirt. The top boundary of the quasi-water level is expected to use and plan. The Penhan family name is more to accept the gift of this dress sister learning Yen Yun. Gorgeous and complicated, noble and magnificent, colorful and splendid are also planned to adorn clothes. The weave of the wind is intercourse, love and extravagance, pleasure and enjoyment when the reflection is reflected. The national law of Gufeng art type 1 was born at the beginning of the epoch of the 80th century is Feng Kaluo. The coming and going of Tianqin Fan, the painting of oil classics from ancient times, is as stunning as ever. The beauty of the back skirt ceremony, the style of the palace, the style of Coco Lo, is magnificent and magnificent. Wearing it on top and pretending to be an expert in the art of the passage, the brightness and fluttering is appropriate to each other, comes from the original Yen Yun. Just for the sake of envying her, she couldn't bear to be styled as a teacher. She would be responsible for the styling. Later on, her face and makeup would be suitable for the painting and painting. She would be properly dressed and dressed like a big sister or a little girl. You're a fan of Guzi Gong, you're very good at fixing things. You're so beautiful, but you're so young and beautiful. Ready to go out of the door to do a good job. Also see the moon in the wild goose clouds, see the moon in the courtyard district people rich piece of a different position, at the same time at the battlefield to receive the ready members of the staff to work on the side of this wine shop of the Imperial Jingdong. The sharpness of the teacher's essence of righteousness and righteousness is indeed visible. The vigilance of the fourth prince's gaze is also the same, falling nimbly on the feet, the order has, but the well has come to do the work, not saying a word, the expression on the face of the person has. The position of the post has come to return from the work of the various members of the staff to work on the wine shop of the Imperial Jingdong. The order has been given, who can enter? The opportunity can be taken advantage of by one enemy to Su Yun, not against absolute. Attention is focused on absolute protection, attention is concentrated in the middle, beginning to want to go to the small one to celebrate, go to the position of the post to work from each return, very good. The battle of the soldiers was about to start, and the group was the same as before. The heat of the breath was released and the body was muddled. The bone spurs of the killing intent appeared and the voice of the middle-aged man was about to fall. The voice of the voice was about to fall. Kill. 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 Drink. Peeing in his pants and fart to frighten the people of the Imperial Jingdong Tingzai to listen to the younger generation he let. The strongest in the manual group martial arts competition was at the top of the world. This pair of dared to regret their decision, he let them go. Bones of backbone, break him. Cowardly dogs, he will crush this opportunity to return it to us. Can it not be, but... Dao Hui and Dao Hui spoke in unison. Just as the members of the Dao Hui were about to start their work, they suddenly paused. Can you? This Su Yuning us, bad Su Yuning us, bad Su Yuning us, bad Su Yuning Dian Qing Si, this pair is extremely useful, not without a plan to try. In the midst of being stupid, we secretly think that we can recognize ourselves as him. Opportunistic times are difficult to come by. One is to speak of the generation's small group of people, Dian Qing see this pair. Claws danced and teeth bared, crawling out like a claw, as if Judas had fallen into a corner. Each from the association is the total. The clean work is very difficult to sort out the small rascals hiding in the dark, but there are only a few. The number of the enemy is not enough to eliminate. The number of the enemy is not enough to provoke us. I came to establish the Guan Association at the age of 300 years old. Tingzai is here. The beginning of the battle is the beginning of the battle. The Tao is replenishing and continuing, and the answer is enough. Look under the face of the person who is able to point out whether or not it is obvious. Ask him the question. The comparison is clear and fresh, the shape of the short body of the 5, and the strength of the thick voice of the mute sand belt slightly. The person in the middle ear has entered the transmission ground clear, but the sound of the voice enters, but the sound of the instrument amplifies the similar wind of the kumai he uses the person who has not ran. What is the taste of this Tao? Shou Bai Sand established the Guan Association at the age of 300 years old. Tingzai is here to celebrate the evening of Jian Qing Si. He opened his mouth and slowly closed it. He glanced at a member of the security team, who was standing on the stage, and swept his gaze over the security chief, Dian Qing Nian Chou Tingzai, who was standing on the stage. Because of the original reason, fear, respect, and strength, he is absolutely talented in the number of people, cold and ruthless in the hands of the Tao into Tingzai. The luck of the world is not as good as the strength of the real strength, he cannot compare. This place's Fan Sherbu has always arrived to the point. The Guan Association at the Cloud Green School will be in step by step, the fear and determination of the Tao into Tingzai. The martial arts are not suitable for it. It is said that the reason is according to the shape of the body. The dwarf has to be more than a child. There is only one of 4 meters tall, behind the adult. The illness of the dwarf, the illness of the disease will give birth to the family Tingzai of the straight line. The Tao into Tingzai's child demon is called a person. Fan Sherbu's Guan Association Tingzai is the position of this person on the stage to give a speech in the station. The loyalty certificate of the sun divided loyalty to the death is enough to be able to absolutely choose, carefully select the elite of the various countries to follow and return some people. The People's Guan Association Tingzai has been replaced by the members of the staff working in the branch of the large Wine King Emperor Jingdong, between this and this. The number of scholars who specialize in the absolute category of masters and cooks is extremely small. The sharp elite come out of the selection of the Guan Association Tingzai of the various countries to follow. The members of the staff come to the wine room of this shop. This is not and also we on the actual fact. The imposing manner of the martial arts of the special people is there. There is only a single person standing in the room. The sturdy body, the sharp divine eyes are all a few of them. The members of the staff who do not work together with the entire staff of the department, such as the cleaners, the leaders, the staff guests, the staff service, and the staff leader, are all gathered in this and go to see the fine people. In front of Xiang Wangguang, Wei Jingman, who was a member of the Duqing staff, who had 100 names, he went up on stage to speak to a short man in a western suit, who was dressed in black. The person who suffers from the illness of the Confucian scholar is like, many of the short people want to be compared to the limbs of the 4 people, the face of the iron face half blocked to take him. The short people of the men look up from 10 to 1, the construction of the stage to give a speech in the hall in the big station. When the march and the main members of the movement of the face of the unfamiliar opening field, the hall and the building of the Wine King Emperor Jingdong, in the heart of the bustling Huafan Jingdong. Right left point 5, the sky under noon. Chapter 135. Well done, Yunyan. After peeking his head out, Ryudo gave a thumbs up to Yunyan, but he still didn't dare to breathe loudly. Yunyan's personal bodyguard, Uncle Shinagawa, was also an expert in this field. It was impossible to hide from him by hiding in the back seat of the car. But fortunately, Ryudo now had the passive skill aura concealment technique, which could reduce his aura to the lowest level. If he didn't speak or move, even a professional bodyguard would have a hard time discovering his existence. In this way, Uncle Shinagawa drove in the front, while Yunyan and Ryuto communicated with each other through the phone. In order to ease the tension of the upcoming mission, the two chatted as much as possible in their normal state and talked about some very daily content. Yunyan, you're dressed so beautifully today. Hashtag carrot. Carrot hashtag, don't say that, I'll be shy. When we arrive at the venue, there must be a lot of rich young masters coming to talk to you. Aha. Basically, every time I participate in this kind of occasion, it's annoying just thinking about it, like a swarm of flies. Doesn't this prove that Yunyan, your charm is unparalleled in the world? If possible, I don't want such unparalleled charm, I just want the person I like to keep looking at me, asterisk 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 asterisk. Sob sob sob, Yunyan is so cute, you're my angel. After seeing the reply in the phone, Ryuto was almost moved to tears. But at this moment, Ryuto turned his head and saw Yunyan's feet in white high heels. The loose dress she was wearing was straight on the ground, so her shoes and feet couldn't be seen. But because Yunyan sat down and lifted her dress a little, the part that was not exposed to the outside was in front of Ryuto's eyes. Her moderately sized lotus feet were very delicate, and the shape of her ankles and insteps were extremely beautiful. Coupled with the white stockings and high heels, they looked like they were made by heaven, making people want to hold them in their hands and carefully play with them. Gulp. Although Ryuto didn't have any foot fetishes, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw this pair of beautiful feet. Ryuto couldn't help but blush when he thought about how he would have to crawl into that huge skirt and move together with the pair of slender legs wrapped in long stockings. His hands that were originally typing also stopped. Yunyan didn't think too much about this situation. She thought that Ryuto was concentrating on adjusting his condition, but she didn't expect that this guy was actually in heat with her feet. Not long after, as the car continued to move forward, it had also arrived near the parking lot of the Tokyo Emperor Hotel. But before the car stopped, there were already many eyes staring at them. The black-clothed bodyguard standing outside the hotel watched the car while speaking into the walkie-talkie. "This is Team B. The representative vehicle of Tsukumi Enterprise has come from the south. Get ready to welcome them." A small drone flying next to the car quickly came to the side of the car and scanned the people inside from front to back before hurriedly flying away. Wow! What a strict security level. Before arriving at the entrance of the hotel, Yunyan had already felt the almost suffocating atmosphere. With the Tokyo Emperor Hotel as the core, the surrounding hundreds of meters were almost set up as a restricted area, and it was really difficult for an ant to sneak in. However, just before the car slowed down, Yunyan gently knocked on the seat twice, and at the same time, she used her hands to lift her skirt up as much as possible. "It's finally here. Let's go." When Yunyan lifted the skirt, Ryuto also cooperated very well and got into her skirt. At the same time, the car stopped at the spacious parking lot at the entrance, and 7 or 8 bodyguards immediately surrounded it and began to check the car from all angles for abnormalities. "Miss, please be careful." After opening the door for Miss, Uncle Shinagawa reached out to help Yunyan walk down slowly and stepped on the red carpet that was laid out almost a kilometer outside. "I'm fine." After Yunyan nodded, she walked toward the main entrance not far away under the protection of the bodyguards, and Shinagawa was taken to another venue. Because she was wearing a beautiful and cumbersome dress, and there was a person hiding in the dress, Yunyan walked very slowly and looked particularly elegant. From the perspective of an outsider, because the dress was completely on the ground, it was completely impossible to see that someone was hiding inside. And Ryuto, who was hiding inside, also moved forward with Yunyan's steps in a strange posture. Although the space in the dress was not small, it was definitely not big enough for people to move around casually. In this case, Ryuto could only squat slightly and tiptoe forward slowly, for fear of being slower or faster. With Ryuto's current physical ability, it was not difficult for him to move with Yunyan. What really made him feel extremely tormented was the top scenic spot inside the dress. The inside of this dress was a private boudoir garden. Now Ryuto didn't even need to look around, he could see the pair of slender legs swaying left and right in front of his eyes. Because she was wearing white stockings, when Ryuto occasionally touched the leg, he could feel a smooth, cold, and soft touch. How to describe that feeling? It was a different flavor compared to direct contact with the skin. The girl's slender and well-proportioned legs exuded the vitality of youth, like a beacon to the sea of stars. Coupled with the stockings, it gave people a feeling of seduction. In particular, senior sister Yunyan's white stockings only reached the base of her thighs. The edge of the stockings had slightly sunk into the soft, white, and soft flesh of her thighs. This kind of strangle mark could be said to be a killer for thigh lovers. Of course, in this top scenic spot, other than the thighs, calves, lotus feet, stockings, and high heels, there was also a seemingly expensive white silk fatou and a mysterious inverted triangle area. Yunyan's fatou was undoubtedly expensive. Although he didn't know what brand it was, from the angle of the fatou's graceful triangle area and the curve of the edges, it indeed showed the designer's extraordinary concept and pursuit. Ah pooey! What am I thinking, bastard? As he walked, Ryuto started staring at Yunyan's fatou, his face almost stuck to the smooth and soft stockings. Is this the time to do this? How can I, beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Just as Ryuto shook his head, trying to force himself to wake up from the temptation of this top scenic spot, a strange sound suddenly came from outside, and Yunyan's footsteps also stopped. Miss, please wait a moment. Something on you is making a sound. At this time, Yunyan was passing through the checkpoint at the gate, and after hearing the sound, the two bodyguards immediately ran over. Chapter 136. Sure enough, it's here. This thing still can't be hidden. Just after Yunyan entered the door and caused the metal detector next to her to sound, Yunyan and Ryuto frowned at the same time. There were various detection devices installed at the entrance of the hotel, such as X-ray detectors, infrared scanners, and so on. However, Yunyan had asked someone to sew a circle of reflective fabric on the inside of her skirt in advance. From the results of the scan, it was impossible to see that there was a person hiding inside. Most of the props that could cause the metal detector alarm, Ryuto had also put them in the equipment bar in advance. All the things he carried were non-metal products. However, there was a small exception, and that was the ring-shaped window breaker worn on his finger. This small window breaker looked like a ring on the surface, but as long as it was twisted, a broken window tip could pop out. It could also be used as a brass knuckle in a fight. It was a very useful small prop. Ryuto still couldn't bear to let go of this prop after thinking about it, so he gave it to Yunyan and let her wear it on her finger. After all, Yunyan was a girl. It was normal for her to wear a ring on her finger. The bodyguards at the door shouldn't make a fuss. So when the bodyguards came over to check, Yunyan stretched out her hand with the ring and asked with a smile, "It should be caused by this ring, right? Can't I bring this in?" LV5 charm. Activate. Just when Yunyan smiled, the two young bodyguards who came over to check seemed to have been hammered in the chest by a sledgehammer 80 times. Their whole state changed. They straightened their backs and bowed to Yunyan with a solemn expression. Then, they said apologetically, "Since it's a ring worn by the eldest miss, there's naturally no problem. Please come in." If it was an ordinary guest, these two bodyguards would definitely go over and check what was on the ring. Maybe they would even find a special mechanism inside. But the problem was that the person wearing this thing was Yun Yen from the Moon Garden. She was a top-notch witch with demonic charm. Now that Yun Yen was wearing this classic dress, her charm had been brought out to the extreme, so much so that the bodyguards around her were secretly staring at her. Of course, even if everyone was staring at Yun Yen, they didn't dare to have a trace of wretchedness in their eyes. They all had a solemn expression as if they were looking at the goddess. It felt like if Yun Yen raised her arm now, they would immediately turn their heads and follow Yun Yen to beat up the original employer. The charm of the extreme Superman level was so terrifying. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the bodyguards, Yun Yen gracefully walked into the venue with small steps and passed the first hurdle unscathed. However, if this group of bodyguards who treated Yun Yen as a goddess knew that there was a man hiding under the skirt of the goddess, these guys might line up to jump off a building on the spot. After entering the door, what appeared in front of Yun Yen was a magnificently decorated lobby. An elegant female guide immediately walked over and led Yun Yen to the banquet hall inside the hotel. Phew! I finally broke through the first line of defense. The next step is to release Ryudo. So Yun Yen walked and suddenly said to the guide, "Sorry, I want to go to the bathroom." "Ah, the bathroom is here, I'll take you there." Hearing Yun Yen's words, the guide immediately led Yun Yen to an inconspicuous corridor. After a few turns, they came to a clean and elegant toilet. "Miss, do you need any help?" "There's no need for that. Just wait outside." After refusing the guide's offer to help, Yun Yen came to the innermost cubicle of the toilet and locked the door. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work, Yun Yen." Suddenly, Ryudo also got out from under Yun Yen's skirt awkwardly and showed her an apologetic expression. Although Ryudo took a lot of advantage during the movement just now, for Yun Yen, her situation was still quite awkward. Now although the two were in a relationship, they didn't even hold hands, let alone other intimate contact, so Yun Yen's embarrassment could be imagined. But even so, Yun Yen still said seriously, "Now is not the time to talk about this. In short, the direction of the top floor is not so easy to go. You have to be more careful. But I still have 1 hour and 50 minutes here. There is quite a lot of time." Ryudo looked at the cheap plastic watch on his wrist. The time on the watch was 6:10. According to the schedule of this Saitu Clubhouse anniversary celebration, 6 to 7:00 was the welcome and chat time. Dinner began at 7:15 in the banquet hall on the 20th floor. At 8:00, as the host of the Saitu Clubhouse, the president of the headquarters, Saitu Takahiro, would come on stage to give a speech on behalf of the Saitu family. After that, it was time for the martial artists of the clubhouse to perform. Finally, it was the curtain call for the Saitu family to celebrate the 300th anniversary. How should he put it? Today's celebration seemed ancient and boring, but most of the people who came to this celebration weren't here for fun. Of course, whether this celebration was interesting or not had nothing to do with Ryudo, because he didn't intend to join it at all. His goal from the beginning to the end was only Saitu Dunya. According to the first-hand information that Yun Yen inquired from Dunya today, Dunya would not attend the dinner tonight. She would only show her face in the final, collective appearance. The purpose of this was to better protect Dunya, but in fact, it was because the other members of the Saitu family didn't want her to appear too much in public. After all, Dunya was a complete heresy for most of the members of the Saitu family. In the eyes of many people, such a silver-haired Russian girl was simply unworthy of representing the oldest martial arts family in Tokyo. If it weren't for the fact that Dunya's father, Wu Hong, was the appointed head of the family in the previous generation, and his own strength was excellent, they would have already kicked Dunya out of the family. Therefore, the people of the Saitu family didn't like Dunya, and Dunya didn't like them even more. This also led her to prefer to stay in the small garden on the top of the 50th floor to pass the time, rather than accompany her family to receive guests. Ryuto was naturally clear about the grievances between Dunya and the Saitu clubhouse. It was just that he didn't think that such grievances would create an excellent opportunity for his kidnapping plan. The best time to take Dunya away was around 8 o'clock. Most people's attention was focused on the president's speech. Ryuto needed to come to the 50th floor before that. "I'm ready, let's go." "Yes, this way please." Soon after, Yunyan left the toilet alone and walked toward the banquet hall under the guidance of the guide. Long Do, on the other hand, put on a waiter's hat, tidied up the waiter's uniform, and sneaked out of the bathroom. He planned to follow the route he had planned to take to the elevator shaft. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.